The view screen went dark. Logan turned to Hawkins, his eyes hard. "Signal the fleet, all ships, weapons tight, give them a chance to comply." Hawkins nodded, relaying the order. For a long moment the bridge was silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Every eye was glued to the tactical display, watching the red and blue icons that represented the two fleets. Then, slowly, the red icons began to move. One by one, the Ioran ships were powering down their weapons, their drives. They were surrendering. A cheer went up from the human crew, fists pumping the air, backs being slapped. They had done it. They had brought the mighty Galactic Council to its knees. But Logan didn't join in the celebration. He just stared at the display, his face an unreadable mask. He knew this was just the beginning. The Council would not forgive this humiliation easily. There would be repercussions, political and military. The road ahead would be long and hard, paved with conflict and sacrifice. But Logan also knew that this was a turning point. No longer would humanity be content to live under the Council's thumb. No longer would they be second-class citizens in their own galaxy. Today, they had proven that they could not only stand up to the alien powers that sought to control them, but that they could beat them. Today, they had taken their first step toward a new future. A future where humanity charted its own course among the stars. And may God help anyone who tried to stand in their way. Xanth's bulging eyes darted across the readouts, the numbers and symbols blurring together into a maelstrom of impending doom. The human ships had vanished from the screens, as if they'd never been there at all. But the counselor knew better. They were out there, waiting, invisible predators ready to strike. He slammed a webbed fist on the console, barking orders in the guttural Ithorian language. "Surround them, box them in and destroy them." The Aoran fleet lurched into motion, the ponderous capital ships straining to outmaneuver their nimble adversaries. They spread out in a vast sphere, weapons bristling from every surface as they sought to entrap the Terran Sigma fleet. On the Indomitable's bridge, Logan leaned back in his command chair, a smile playing across his lips as he watched the aliens' clumsy attempt at tactics. Beside him, Samir frowned at the display. "They're trying to hem us in, cut off our escape routes. Should I order the fleet to pull back?" Logan shook his head, eyes glittering with anticipation. "Negative. They want to play at being the superior species. Let's show them what humanity is truly capable of. All ships," he leaned forward, keying the fleet-wide comm, "initiate Ghost Protocol." A chorus of acknowledgements lit up the comm board. On the view screen, the Sigma fleet seemed to ripple and distort, the contours of the ships blurring and then fading from view entirely as the advanced stealth field engaged. In seconds, the human vessels had vanished from both visual and sensor detection, wraiths haunting the void. Xanth gaped at his displays in disbelief, his crew erupting into a cacophony of panicked shouts and warning klaxons. The human ships were just gone, as if they had never existed. "Impossible!" the counselor roared, but his words dissolved into a scream as the Aoran flagship convulsed under a titanic impact. Sparks geysered from shattered consoles, the deck pitching wildly beneath Xanth's feet. All around, the rest of the Aoran armada was faring no better. Blooms of fire and shrapnel burst from a dozen ships as the first salvo from the invisible Sigma fleet found its mark. The alien shields flared and died under the onslaught, their hull plates crumpling like foil as the undetectable projectiles slammed home. Xanth staggered to the flagship's viewport, his heart's pounding a terrified rhythm in his chest. He watched in mute horror as his fleet was torn apart piece by piece, the human weapons striking with merciless precision. On the Indomitable, Logan observed the one-sided slaughter with cold satisfaction. Let the aliens feel the same fear and helplessness they had inflicted on so many. Let them reap the bitter harvest of their cruelty and arrogance. "Ceasefire," he ordered after a long moment, the words heavy with finality. As quickly as it had begun, the barrage halted, leaving the once proud Aoran fleet shattered and leaderless. Smoldering hulks drifted in the silent void, the pitiful remnants of the Council's might. Logan stared at Xanth through the comm screen, his gaze searing in its intensity. When he spoke, each word was edged in steel. "Look upon your fleet now, Counselor. See how it has been humbled, how your vaunted power has been proven to be nothing more than a brittle facade. Just as you held the life of that innocent child in your hands, so now I hold the fate of your entire species." He leaned forward, his face filling the screen, eyes boring into the trembling Aoran. I want you to feel that fear, Xanth. I want you to know in the depths of your soul how close you are to annihilation, how easy it would be for me to give the order and consign your wretched kind to oblivion. The human smiled then, a cold and terrible thing, devoid of warmth or mercy. But I won't. Not yet. I spare you now for one purpose only, to be a messenger. You will return to your council, and you will tell them what transpired here. You will make them understand that the age of their dominion is at an end. Humanity will no longer tolerate the yoke of oppression. We will claim our rightful place among the stars, and we will brook no opposition. Those who stand against us will be ground to dust and cast into the stellar winds. He raised a hand in mocking benediction. Go now, Xanth. Run back to your masters with your tail between your legs and pray that when next we meet, I am feeling merciful, for your sake and for the sake of your entire race. The transmission cut off, leaving Xanth to stare at a blank screen, the taste of ashes thick on his tongue. The galaxy had changed this day, and he had been the catalyst. Logan terminated the transmission with a curt nod, Xanth's face vanishing from the view screen. He turned to face his bridge crew, his brow furrowed. This is only the start. The Council won't let this stand. They'll gather their forces and hit us with everything they've got. Samir spoke up, his fingers flying over his console. Captain, if the Council unites the other species against us, even the Sigma fleet could be outmatched. We've got the tech advantage, but they have the numbers. Logan nodded, his tactical mind already mapping out potential strategies. Then we need to level the playing field. Helm, plot a course for the Corax Nebula. Max Byrne. The bridge crew exchanged uncertain glances, but leapt into action, hands darting over controls. The deck thrummed beneath their feet as the fleet jumped to hyperspace, the stars blurring into streaks of light as they hurtled through the void. Logan gathered his officers in the briefing room, the holographic display casting a ghostly blue glow over their faces. The Corax Nebula is Vorian territory. They used to be a powerful warrior culture before the Council conquered them centuries ago. They've been toiling as slaves ever since. Our intel suggests they're primed for an uprising, and an alliance with them could give us the manpower we need. The fleet dropped back into real space on the outskirts of the nebula, its swirling purple and blue gases painting the view screen. The sensors pinged with contacts, a network of Vorian mining outposts, each one crawling with armed Council overseers. Logan's lips curled into a predatory smile. Distance, the sudden appearance of the gleaming warship sending the overseers into a panicked frenzy. Within minutes, the Council ships were in full retreat, their engines flaring as they fled, leaving the bewildered but hopeful Vorian workers staring out at the human vessels. Logan opened a channel to the largest outpost, and a weathered Vorian face filled the screen, his scales marred by old battle scars. The alien regarded Logan warily. I am Captain Logan Carter of Earth. We are here to offer you a chance to break your chains and take vengeance on your enslavers. The Vorian narrowed his eyes, suspicion written in every line of his body. And why should we trust you, human? Your species are newcomers to the galactic stage. What could you possibly do for us? In response, Logan transmitted the footage of the confrontation with Xanth and the decisive rout of the Aoran Armada. As the Vorian leader watched, his eyes widened, disbelief giving way to a reporting finished. He looked at Logan with newfound respect. You've shown your strength, Earther. What do you want from us? Logan leaned forward, his voice low and intense. I propose an alliance. Fight alongside us, and together we will shatter the Council's grip on the galaxy, not just for humanity, but for all those they've ground under their heel. The Vorian threw his head back and laughed, a harsh guttural sound filled with bloodlust and the promise of violence. You have a deal, human. The Vorian will stand with you, and together we will savor the taste of the Council's terror. As the screen went dark, Logan turned to his crew, a fire burning in his eyes. The game pieces are moving into position. Prepare the fleet. It's time we bring the fight to the Council's doorstep. The combined human and Vorian fleet tore out of hyperspace at the fringes of the Galactic Council's home system, a densely packed cluster of heavily populated worlds and immense orbital installations. Instantly, Warning klaxons wailed across the system as the Council's defenses came online, a seemingly impenetrable barrier of warships assembling around the central planet, the heart of the Council's dominion. On the bridge of the Indomitable, Logan surveyed the gathered forces with a discerning gaze. They've pulled back their fleets from across the galaxy. The core of their military strength is here. Samir scowled at the tactical readout. Even with the Vorian numbers, we're still outmatched in raw firepower. Logan nodded grimly. Which is why we won't be engaging them head-on. We have to be tactical about this. He keyed the fleet-wide comm. All vessels, commence Phase 1. The human and Vorian ships began to maneuver, not toward the waiting Council armada, but in a broad arc skirting the system's perimeter, angling for a massive space station bristling with sensor arrays and communication antenna. That's their primary system-wide comms and surveillance nexus, Logan explained. We knock that out, we blind them and sow chaos in their coordination. As the fleet closed on the station, the Council warships guarding it accelerated to intercept. Just before they entered firing range, the human vessels shimmered and multiplied, each ship abruptly fracturing into a dozen mirror images. The Council ships wavered, thrown into confusion as their scanners were inundated with false returns. By the time they realized the ruse, it was too late. The true human ships, shrouded by the sensor phantoms, were already on top of them. The void around the station erupted into a vicious melee, the Council vessels fighting valiantly, but outclassed by the humans' technological edge and the Vorians' sheer savagery. Within minutes, the station's defenses were overrun, and a fusillade of human quantum torpedoes reduced the massive construct to an expanding cloud of wreckage. Across the system, Council ships reeled as their communications were cut, their fleet-wide data network dissolving into white noise. Amidst the disarray, the human and Vorian ships pressed their advantage, hammering key targets, shipyards, weapons emplacements, resupply points, with surgical exactitude. On the Indomitable, Logan watched as the Council's tight defensive formation started to fray, their ships floundering to react to threats flaring up across the system. Phase 1 accomplished. Commence Phase 2. The human and Vorian fleet regrouped, no longer skirting the main Council armada, but driving straight at it, weapons hot. Logan opened a channel to the Council flagship. This is Captain Logan Carter of the Earth Sigma fleet. Your comms are severed, your defenses are buckling, and your fleet is in chaos. Surrender now, and your lives will be spared. There was a protracted silence, then a familiar visage filled the screen. Counselor Xanth, his features contorted with spiteful defiance. We will never yield to you, human scum. We will battle to the last vessel, the last warrior, the last gasp. Logan regarded him icily. So be it. He cut the channel and turned to his crew. Signal all ships. No mercy given. Let's end this. The human and Vorian ships plunged into the heart of the Council fleet, weapons blazing as the alien vessels swarmed to meet them. The void lit up with the glare of 1,000 exploding suns as the two sides clashed, energy beams and missiles crisscrossing the gulf between them. Logan gripped the arms of his command chair as the Indomitable shuddered under a barrage of impacts, its shields flaring. On the view screen, a human destroyer erupted into a ball of plasma as a Council dreadnought's siege cannon found its mark. A Vorian cruiser, trailing flames and debris, rammed a Council frigate, both ships disappearing in a blinding flash of mutual annihilation. Concentrate fire on their command ships, Logan barked, his eyes never leaving the tactical display. We cut off the head, the body dies. The human fleet shifted formation, the Indomitable at the tip of the spear as they bore down on the Council's leadership vessels. The alien ships moved to screen their commanders, pouring a storm of fire into the human advance. The Council battleship, its hull pitted and scorched, loomed before the Indomitable, its grav cannons hammering at the human dreadnought's shield. Logan gritted his teeth as consoles sparked and exploded around him, the bridge filling with acrid smoke. Divert power to forward shields and weapons, he commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. Samir, find me a weak point. Samir's hands flew over his console, his brow furrowed in concentration. There, a fluctuation in their AR shield grid, coordinates Gamma 615. The Indomitable swung hard to starboard, its prow aimed squarely at the Council battleship's stern. A heartbeat later, its guns erupted, a searing lance of concentrated energy scorching across the void to impact directly on the weak point in the alien ship's defenses. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the Council vessel seemed to bulge outward, cracks racing across its hull as secondary explosions chained through its interior. With a final soundless detonation, the mighty warship shattered, torn apart from within by the catastrophic reactor breach. Through the expanding field of debris, Logan caught a glimpse of the Council flagship, a massive dreadnought bristling with weapons, Xanth's ship, the seat of the Council's power and arrogance. Logan leaned forward in his chair, his eyes narrowing. All ships converge on the flagship. It's time to cut the head off the snake. The human and Vorian ships smashed into the Council armada, weapons blazing. Beams of searing energy sliced through enemy hulls. Missiles corkscrewed through the void to detonate against failing shields and blossoms of fire. The Council ships returned fire, but the Allies' advanced technology and sheer ferocity overwhelmed them. At the heart of the chaos, the Indomitable and Xanth's flagship pounded each other in a vicious duel. Lances of energy crackled back and forth between the two mighty vessels, chewing through armor, boiling away hull plating. On the Indomitable's bridge, a console exploded in a shower of sparks. Logan gripped his command chair as the deck shuddered beneath him. The Indomitable's guns thundered in response, a relentless barrage hammering into the Council flagship's stern. The enemy ship's shields flared, flickered, then died under the onslaught. Flame blossomed from its engine section as the Indomitable's weapons found their mark. The flagship spun out of control, trailing debris and plasma. But it was too late. The dreadnought's main gun, a gargantuan particle beam cannon, unleashed its fury. The Indomitable's shields flared brilliantly for an instant before collapsing. The beam slammed into the ship's bow, burning through decks, vaporizing bulkheads, leaving utter devastation in its wake. The bridge dissolved into chaos, panels detonating, spewing flame and shrapnel. Crewmen were hurled from their stations as the deck heaved. Logan dragged himself upright, blood running into his eyes from a gash on his forehead. Damage reports flooded in. Hull breaches, weapons disabled, engines crippled. But the dreadnought pressed its attack, bracketing the wounded Indomitable with salvo after punishing salvo. Logan could only watch helplessly as his ship shuddered and burned under the onslaught, his vengeance slipping away. Then a miracle. A squadron of Vorian cruisers, seeing the Indomitable's desperate plight, broke formation and charged the dreadnought, guns blazing. Caught off guard, its shields already strained from its duel with the Indomitable, the Council ship's defenses swiftly crumbled under the concentrated fire. The Vorian ships swarmed over it like enraged wasps, explosions stippling the dreadnought's hull as the Vorians zeroed in on its weapons and engines with merciless precision. In minutes, the once unstoppable warship was reduced to a shattered hulk, drifting lifelessly. In minutes, the once unstoppable warship was reduced to a shattered hulk, drifting lifelessly. A ragged cheer went up on the Indomitable's battered bridge. Logan sagged back in his chair, exhausted and bloody, but alive. He surveyed the battle space where the Council fleet, shaken by the destruction of its flagship and dreadnought, was falling back in disarray. "Ceasefire," Logan ordered wearily. "Commence rescue and recovery, and someone bring me a damage assessment." He closed his eyes briefly. "We've carried the day, but this war is far from finished." In the aftermath of the Titanic battle, the Indomitable drifted in space, her hull scored by energy blasts, great rents torn in her armored sides. Damage control teams rushed through the corridors, sealing breaches and rerouting power from shattered conduits. On the bridge, Logan conferred with his chief engineer, poring over damage reports on a flickering screen. "Route all available power to the repair drones," Logan ordered. "Prioritize hull integrity and engine function. We need to be battle-ready as soon as possible." As the crew worked feverishly to bring the mighty ship back to fighting form, the rest of the fleet limped into view, many vessels bearing the scars of the ferocious engagement. Vorian ships, their angular hulls adorned with vibrant war paint, docked with the Indomitable, disgorging hordes of boisterous warriors onto the human ship's decks. In the main hangar, a raucous celebration was underway as the Vorians toasted their victory, clashing their weapons together and downing great flagons of potent, shimmering liquor. Human crew members caught up in the infectious spirit joined in the revelry, trading war stories and claps on the back with their fierce allies. But even as the festivities reached a fever pitch, urgent communications began flooding the Indomitable's comm channels. Logan, his face grim, called his senior staff to the briefing room. "Reports are coming in from across the galaxy," he said, his voice tight. "With the Council's central fleet destroyed and their comms in disarray, uprisings are breaking out on dozens of worlds. Long-oppressed species are rising against their Council masters." Samir, his eyes alight, leaned forward. "This is the chance we've been waiting for, sir. The Council is reeling. If we strike now hard and fast, we could end their tyranny once and for all." Logan nodded, his mind racing. He turned to the Vorian commander, a grizzled warrior with a jagged scar bisecting his face. "What say you, Commander Trax? Your people have suffered under the Council's yoke for centuries. Will you fight with us in this final push?" Trax bared his fangs in a fierce grin. "The Vorian are with you, human. Our blades are thirsty for Council blood. Give the word and we will unleash the full fury of our wrath." Logan stood, his eyes hard as flint. "Then it's settled. We'll launch a coordinated assault on the Council's key strongholds. We'll hit them from all sides, cut off the head of the snake. It's time to finish this once and for all." As the fleet leaders departed to brief their crews and prepare for the coming offensive, an urgent hail blinked on Logan's personal comm. He frowned, stepping into a private alcove to take the call. The face that appeared on the screen was haggard, drawn with fear and exhaustion. It was one of Logan's covert operatives deep in Council space. "Captain," the operative whispered, glancing over his shoulder as if afraid of being overheard. "I have urgent news. Councilor Xanth, he's alive. He escaped the destruction of his flagship." Logan's blood ran cold. "What? How?" "I don't know, but he's rallying the remnants of the Council's forces, preparing for a counterattack. And Captain, there's more." The operative licked his lips, his voice trembling. "Xanth has a weapon, some kind of doomsday device. They say it has the power to destroy entire star systems. He's threatening to use it if the Council's rule is truly broken." Logan's fist clenched, his knuckles white. The stakes had just gotten unimaginably higher. If Xanth was allowed to unleash this weapon. "Understood," he said, his voice like gravel. "Keep me informed." As the fleet jumped to hyperspace, the stars blurring into streaks of light, Logan stared out the viewport, his jaw tight. They were headed for a remote, heavily defended Council base where Xanth was reportedly holed up with his apocalyptic weapon. It would be a mission fraught with danger, a desperate race against annihilation. But as Logan looked around at the faces of his crew, hard and determined, he felt a flicker of hope amid the dread. They were humanity's champions, the tip of the spear. If anyone could pull this off, it was them. The Indomitable dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the Council base's sensor range. Logan turned to his tactical officer. Ship slipped into the shadow of an orbiting moon, sensor-absorbent coating rendering it all but invisible. Logan gathered his strike team in the armory. They were the best of the best, each one handpicked for their skills and courage. As they checked their weapons and armor, an electric tension filled the air, a coiled anticipation. Logan met each of their eyes in turn, his gaze unwavering. "You all know the stakes," he said quietly. "If we fail, if Xanth deploys that weapon, there's no coming back from that." He placed a hand on the nearest soldier's shoulder, his grip firm. "But we will not fail. We can't. The fate of the galaxy rests on our shoulders." The strike team nodded as one, their faces set with iron resolve. They knew the odds, knew the risks, but they also knew their duty. As the Indomitable glided silently toward the looming Council base, Logan felt a chill run down his spine. Somewhere in that sprawling complex of steel and shadows, Xanth was waiting, his finger poised over the trigger of damnation. It would be a battle unlike any they had faced before, a desperate struggle in the heart of the enemy's power. But as Logan checked the charge on his plasma rifle, he allowed himself a grim smile. The Council had underestimated humanity for the last time. One way or another, this ended today. The Indomitable glided silently through the void, a predator stalking its prey. On the bridge, Logan stood tense and ready, his eyes fixed on the view screen displaying the Council base growing larger by the second. "Prepare for breach," he ordered, his voice low and steady. His hand-picked strike team, The best of the best checked their weapons one final time, faces set with grim determination. As the ship closed in, the base's defenses came to life, energy cannons and missile batteries swiveling to lock on. But the Indomitable was ready, its advanced stealth technology rendering it all but invisible to the enemy's sensors. "Fire the EMP," Logan commanded. A pulse of blue-white energy erupted from the ship's prow, washing over the base in a cascading wave. In an instant, the defenses fell silent, their power systems fried. "Go, go, go!" Logan roared, leading the charge as the strike team surged forward, breaching pods slamming into the base's hull. They cut through the outer bulkheads like a plasma torch through butter, spilling the team into the corridors beyond. Alarms blared and emergency lights flashed as the Council's elite guards rallied to meet the intruders. Plasma fire crisscrossed the halls as the two forces clashed, the air thick with the stench of ozone and burnt flesh. Logan was a whirlwind of motion, his rifle spitting blue death as he advanced, his team close behind. They pushed deeper into the labyrinthine base, leaving a trail of broken bodies in their wake. But the Council guards were relentless, pouring into the corridors like an endless tide. For everyone that fell, two more seemed to take their place, forcing the strike team to fight for every inch of ground. Logan gritted his teeth as a plasma bolt sizzled past his head, close enough to singe his hair. He dropped to one knee, snapping off a trio of shots that sent a guard tumbling, a smoking hole in his chest. All around him, his team was locked in desperate struggles, the close quarters leaving no room for error. He saw Sergeant Hawkins grappling with a hulking alien, the two rolling on the ground in a tangle of limbs. Private Xiang fell, clutching at the blackened ruin of her leg, her screams mixing with the cacophony of battle. But still, they pushed on, driven by a determination that bordered on madness. They had come too far, sacrificed too much to fail now. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of blood and fire, they reached the heart of the base. The doors to the central command center loomed before them, massive and imposing. Logan didn't hesitate. He slapped a breaching charge on the unyielding metal and stood back, his finger hovering over the detonator. Breach in 3, 2, 1. The world dissolved into smoke and thunder as the charge blew, ripping the doors from their frame. Logan was moving before the echoes faded, storming into the room beyond with his rifle raised. And there, standing amidst a bank of consoles and holographic displays, was Counselor Xanth. The alien's face twisted into a cruel smile as he saw Logan, his hand hovering over. "You're too late, human," he gloated, his voice dripping with malice. "With a single command, I can unleash the Doomsday device and reduce your precious." Logan leveled his weapon at the Counselor, his finger tightening on the trigger. "It's over, Xanth. Step." But Xanth only laughed, a manic gleam in his eyes. "You think you've won? You think your little rebellion means anything? The Council's power is absolute, and I will see it restored, even if I have to destroy 1,000 worlds to do it." His hand slammed down on the control panel, the sound echoing through the sudden silence. But nothing happened. No alarms, no flashing lights, no indication that the Doomsday device had been activated. Xanth's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He jabbed at the controls again and again, growing more frantic with each failed attempt. He whirled to face Logan, his face a mask of rage and confusion. Logan allowed himself a small, grim smile. "Did you really think we'd come here without a plan?" he asked softly. "While you were focused on us, our operatives were hacking your systems, disabling your weapon. It's over, Xanth. You've lost." For a long moment, Xanth just stared, his mouth working soundlessly. Then, with a scream of pure animalistic fury, he lunged at Logan, a hidden blade sliding from his sleeve. Logan met him head-on, blocking the alien's strike with his rifle. The two leaders grappled, trading blows with brutal efficiency as the command center shuddered around them, rocked by the ongoing space battle overhead. They crashed into consoles, sparks flying as delicate equipment shattered under their weight. Logan felt the bite of Xanth's blade, a line of fire across his ribs, but he pushed through the pain, retaliating with a vicious elbow to the alien's throat. Xanth staggered back, gasping, and Logan pressed his advantage. A swift kick to the knee, a hammer blow to the temple, and the Counselor was down, his blade clattering to the floor. Logan stood over his fallen foe, chest heaving, blood dripping from a dozen wounds. Xanth glared up at him, hatred etched into every line of his face. "Finish it then, human," he spat, his words thick with blood. "Take your revenge." For a long, tense moment, Logan just stared at him, his rifle unwavering. The temptation was there, burning in his veins like molten lead, to end it here, to repay all the pain and suffering the Council had inflicted with a single, justified pull of the trigger. But even as his finger tightened, a flicker of movement caught his eye. He turned, and what he saw turned his blood to ice in his veins. The Doomsday device's power core, a pulsating sphere of dark energy, was fluctuating wildly, arcs of electricity crawling across its surface. Warning lights flashed urgent red, and the low, ominous hum of building charge filled the air. In an instant, Logan understood. In the chaos of the fight, a stray shot or errant blow must have damaged the containment field. The core was destabilizing rapidly, its energies building to a cataclysmic release. Logan's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution, but he already knew there wasn't one. Not enough time to evacuate, not enough time to try and repair the damage. Only one path remained, a last desperate gamble. He turned to his strike team, the survivors of that hellish advance. They looked back at him, battered and bloodied but unbroken, ready for whatever came next. "Get back to the ship," he ordered, his voice rough with emotion. "All of you, get as far away from here as you can." "But sir," Sergeant Hawkins protested, stepping forward. "What about you?" Logan met his gaze, a sad smile tugging at his lips. "I'll stay behind, try to contain the blast, buy you as much time as I can." Understanding dawned in the sergeant's eyes, followed by a flash of anguish. He started to argue, but Logan cut him off with a raised hand. "That's an order, Hawkins. Get our people out. It's the only way." For a long, painful moment, the two men just stared at each other, a lifetime of service and sacrifice passing between them. Then, slowly, Hawkins nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. "It's been an honor, sir," he said softly, snapping a crisp salute. Logan returned the salute, his vision blurring. The honor was mine. One by one, the strike team filed out, each pausing to offer their own farewell. A clasp of the hand, a murmured word of thanks. Logan watched them go, pride and sorrow warring in his chest. Finally, he was alone, the command center silent, save for the ominous hum of the destabilizing core. He turned to face it, squaring his shoulders against the rising tide of fear. He thought of Earth, the rolling green hills of his childhood home. He thought of his crew, the brave men and women who had followed him to hell and back. And he thought of that small, innocent child, the one whose death had set all of this in motion. "This is for you, kid," he whispered, stepping forward into the maelstrom. "For all of you." The world dissolved into searing light and roaring thunder, and Captain Logan Carter knew no more. You have reached the end of the story. If you enjoyed this story and want to support us, please leave a like and subscribe to our channel. For every comment that says 88, I will heart every single one of them. Thank you for your time.
The grand hall was filled with a hum of whispered voices, the excited chatter of young minds eager to prove themselves. The Alien Academy had brought together students from across the galaxy, each from a different species, to be tested on their knowledge and abilities. The vast, crystalline structure of the Academy sparkled in the starlight, its walls covered in holographic projections of galaxies, distant stars, and planets. This was no ordinary school. This was a place where beings from all corners of the universe came to push their limits, where the best minds came to be sharpened. Here, knowledge was not just a pursuit, it was an honor, a responsibility. At the front of the room stood Professor Julgar, a being known across the galaxy for his intellect and vast understanding of cosmic science. His species, the Veltrians, were renowned for their encyclopedic knowledge of astronomy, physics, and the intricacies of the universe. They had studied the stars for millennia, tracing their movements with precision that few other species could even begin to comprehend. Julgar's reputation had made him both respected and feared among his students. His classroom was a mix of pupils from different worlds, each of them representing an advanced species with unique abilities, technologies, and philosophies. Some had seen the birth of stars, others had traveled across vast distances between galaxies in a mere moment. But despite their impressive feats, Jules Gare was known to have an edge over them all. His tests were notoriously difficult, designed not just to assess knowledge but to challenge the very essence of what his students thought they knew. Today was no different. The students sat in anticipation, their eyes fixed on their teacher, waiting for the challenge that would test their knowledge and skills. Jules Gare, with his luminous blue skin, sharp features, and penetrating yellow eyes, stood tall, his presence commanding the room. He surveyed the students with an air of calculated authority, watching as they shifted in their seats, eager to hear what was next. In the front row there sat one student who was notably different from the others. She was human. The only one of her kind in this prestigious academy, and already a subject of intrigue among the more seasoned species. Her name was Monica, and she had come from Earth, a relatively young and primitive world compared to the advanced civilizations surrounding her. Humans, with their relatively short history and underdeveloped technology, were often underestimated. Despite this, Monica had earned her place in this academy based on merit alone, having proven herself in earlier tests where many of her peers faltered. But today she was about to face her most difficult challenge yet. Jules Gare's voice broke the silence, reverberating through the room with a deep, melodic resonance that commanded attention. Today we test your understanding of the universe. I will ask you to demonstrate not only your knowledge but your ability to think creatively under pressure, he said, his words deliberate, precise. The students exchanged glances, some already preparing for what would undoubtedly be a complex task. Jules Gare continued, his gaze sweeping across the room. You will be tasked with something quite simple at first glance: draw a map of the solar system. But you are not just to trace the familiar planets, moons, and stars you know so well. No, your task is to accurately represent the celestial bodies that exist in our solar system, mapping their movements, orbits, and positions with perfect precision. A murmur rippled through the room. The challenge seemed easy enough, at least for those who were accustomed to the vastness of space. Most of the species here had access to advanced technology, star charts, and hyper-intelligent AI systems capable of mapping the stars with ease. But for Monica, the challenge was different. She had no such tools. She was human, a species that had only recently developed rudimentary space exploration technology. She had only ever seen the stars through the lens of a telescope, never having ventured beyond her own planet's orbit. The other students knew this well, and many of them exchanged skeptical looks. To them, the human's task seemed daunting, if not impossible. Jules Gare turned his attention to Monica. You young human, he said, his tone neutral but laced with an underlying challenge. You have earned your place here. Now show us what you can do. His yellow eyes locked with hers, assessing her every move. Monica, though feeling the weight of the moment, did not flinch. She stood up, her palms sweating slightly, but her gaze was unwavering. She had prepared for this, even if she had never quite expected it to be so daunting. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the front of the room, where a large holographic board hovered in midair, awaiting her instructions. It was a simple device, an interactive surface that could record and project images based on the user's gestures. Monica stood before it, ready to begin. The other students watched in silence, their eyes trained on her as she slowly extended her hand to the projection panel. She closed her eyes for a moment, collecting her thoughts. Then, with a steady motion, she began to draw. The first line she drew was simple, an outline of the sun. The other students nodded, some even muttering to themselves about how expected and standard the human's work was. It was an easy place to start, and they expected nothing more than the basics: the inner planets, the asteroid belt, and the outer giants. But as Monica's hand moved across the projection panel, something unusual began to happen. Instead of following the expected pattern of planetary orbits, Monica's map began to veer off in unexpected directions. She drew strange lines connecting distant stars, some of which were well beyond the solar system, well outside the realm of any known human knowledge. She traced paths that connected the sun to other systems, some containing planets not yet discovered, and others, completely unknown to science. The other students looked on, their confusion mounting. Jules Gare, too, was taken aback. His eyes narrowed as he watched Monica's hand glide effortlessly across the board. She wasn't just mapping the planets of the solar system, she was creating a blueprint that extended far beyond the known territories of space. Her movements were deliberate, each stroke forming a new constellation, a new cluster of stars, and even distant, uncharted galaxies. There was a strange precision to it, as though she had some kind of hidden knowledge that no one had expected from a human. Monica paused for a moment, sensing the change in atmosphere. She glanced at the faces around her. The looks of surprise, disbelief, and awe were evident in the expressions of her peers. Her heart raced, but she focused on the task at hand, continuing to map the unknown regions of space with calm determination. As she drew the final lines, the map was no longer just a simple diagram of the solar system. It had expanded into something much greater. The human had created a map that was both beautiful and perplexing. It connected worlds and stars that the other species present had never heard of, stars that even Jules Gare had never seen in all his millennia of studying the cosmos. The room was silent now, the air thick with tension. The alien teacher, for the first time in his life, felt a sense of awe and confusion. Monica stepped back from the board, her hand trembling slightly from the effort. The room remained quiet, as if everyone was waiting for anything to explain what they had just witnessed. Jules Gare took a step forward, his voice unusually soft. "Tell me, human," he said. His words weighed with both curiosity and skepticism. "How do you know this?" Monica looked at him and smiled, though she had no answer to give. How could she explain it? How could she explain the dreams she'd had, the visions of distant stars and galaxies she had seen in her sleep? She wasn't sure if it was something natural or some hidden part of her mind unlocking an ancient knowledge. She simply knew what she had drawn was right, even if she couldn't fully understand it. The silence in the room deepened, but this time it was not uncomfortable. It was filled with wonder, and maybe, just maybe, the first seeds of respect. Monica had done something no one had expected from her, no one had anticipated. And for the first time, she had earned more than just the recognition of her peers. She had earned the awe of beings far beyond her own species. As the teacher stood there, his mind racing to understand what had just transpired, he couldn't help but wonder, had humanity always had this latent ability? Was there something about them, something that no one had recognized before? He had no answers, but one thing was clear: this was just the beginning of a far greater mystery. The stillness that followed Monica's mapping felt heavy, almost suffocating. The entire room was paralyzed by the shock of what had just transpired. The holographic projection of the map, Monica's map, hung in midair, its glowing lines shimmering softly in the dim light of the academy. The students, alien and human alike, were frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Professor Jules Gare, who had seen and studied the cosmos for eons, stood speechless, his once imposing presence diminished in the face of something he had never anticipated. But Monica, still standing before the projection, could feel the weight of their gazes. Her hands trembled slightly as she stepped back from the board, unsure of what she had just accomplished. She had drawn something far beyond the solar system, beyond any star map she had ever seen. It wasn't just the familiarity of the orbits and the planetary arrangements that had caused her hand to move with such ease. It was the sense of recognition that washed over her as she traced the paths, the stars, the distant galaxies. She had known these things, even if her mind couldn't fully comprehend how. It was as if something deep within her, some forgotten memory or instinct, had unlocked when she stood before the map. The silence lingered in the air, thick and oppressive. The other students, many of whom had never interacted with a human before, exchanged confused and anxious glances. Some looked at each other, as if seeking validation for what they had just witnessed. Others stared at the map, their eyes scanning the uncharted stars and planets, trying to make sense of the inexplicable. It wasn't just a mere coincidence, they thought. Monica's map was too accurate, too detailed to be the result of imagination alone. The lines she had drawn weren't just fanciful strokes, they were deliberate, precise. They represented something far more profound than anyone had expected from a human. Jules Gare, despite his shock, regained his composure first. His sharp eyes, usually cold and calculating, were now filled with an unmistakable mixture of confusion and curiosity. He stepped forward slowly, his long, slender fingers reaching out to the projection, hovering just above the map as if afraid to touch it. He traced the lines with his eyes, his mind racing to process the impossible. "Tell me, human," Jules Gare finally spoke, his voice low but filled with an intensity Monica had never heard before. "Where did you learn this?" His tone wasn't accusatory, but it carried the weight of a question that demanded an answer. The room seemed to hold its breath as the professor's gaze locked with hers, searching for any hint of a trick, any explanation that might offer a reasonable answer. Monica swallowed, her throat dry. She had no answer. She didn't know how she had known these things, how she had drawn the map with such precision. It wasn't just the solar system she had mapped, it was entire regions of space that should have been beyond human knowledge. Her hand had traced paths to distant stars, galaxies and nebulae that no one, not even the most advanced species present, could claim to have discovered. She had connected the dots, drawing connections between celestial bodies that shouldn't have been connected. And yet there they were, laid out before them, like pieces of a puzzle she had never seen before. I don't know, Monica said, her voice barely above a whisper. The words felt inadequate even to her. How could she explain this? How could she put into words the feeling she had experienced while drawing? The sense of recognition, the inexplicable pull of certain constellations and galaxies. It just came to me, she added, hoping that her vague explanation might at least make sense to some of them. Jules Gard didn't respond immediately. Instead, he studied her closely, his mind racing as he processed the impossibility of it all. He had spent lifetimes studying the stars, charting the movements of countless galaxies. His species had the technology to map the universe with unprecedented accuracy. Yet here was this human, this young, unassuming human who had somehow, unknowingly, drawn a map that not only included the known solar system but also star systems, planets and nebulae that were completely unknown to any of the gathered species. It was as though she had access to some hidden knowledge, some cosmic secret that eluded even the most advanced minds. The teacher's gaze flickered to the map again, this time taking in the fine details. There were connections between distant solar systems, stars that were positioned in ways that defied conventional understanding. There were anomalies, pathways that shouldn't exist according to known physics. It was as if Monica had drawn a path through space-time itself, something no one, not even the greatest minds, had ever thought possible. The map was more than just a collection of stars, it was a blueprint for the cosmos, an interconnected web of celestial bodies and phenomena that seemed to be in perfect harmony. Jules Gard's mind, usually so sharp and methodical, felt momentarily dull in the face of the inexplicable. His species had studied the cosmos for millennia, cataloging every star, every planet, every black hole. Yet here was this human, an outsider, who had somehow pierced the veil of knowledge that had eluded the greatest minds for centuries. Was it possible that this human, this earthling, held the key to a deeper understanding of the universe? Was it possible that she had access to knowledge that had been hidden for eons? The professor turned his gaze to the rest of the students, whose expressions ranged from disbelief to intrigue. Some had begun to whisper among themselves, their voices filled with a mix of awe and confusion. Others simply stared, as if they were waiting for someone to explain what had just happened. Monica's map had shattered their perceptions of what was possible. No one, least of all a human, was supposed to be able to do this. One of the students, an alien with translucent green skin and large, bulging eyes, stepped forward. "Professor," she said hesitantly, her voice trembling slightly, this can't be right. How could she have known all of this? She gestured toward the map, as if to highlight the impossibility of it all. "There are systems here that no one has discovered. We've mapped the stars for centuries, and we've never seen anything like this. Not even the oldest archives in the galaxy contain these planets." The other students murmured in agreement, their skepticism growing with each passing second. The idea that a human, someone with so little access to advanced technology, could map the stars with such precision was inconceivable to them. They had assumed that Monica's knowledge would be limited to the basic understanding of the universe, perhaps a simple representation of the solar system with its familiar planets and moons. But instead, she had done the unthinkable. She had charted an entire network of galaxies and star systems that defied all logic. Jules Gard turned back to Monica, his gaze softening. "You say you do not know how you did this," he said, his voice now more contemplative. "But I must ask, are you sure? Could this be a product of some unknown ability of your species? Perhaps a latent talent that you yourself are unaware of?" Monica felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She wanted to explain, to tell them that she had no idea what was happening, but the words escaped her. It was as if she had tapped into something far beyond her understanding. The connection she felt to the universe, to the stars, was something she couldn't explain. It wasn't just knowledge, it was an instinct, a deep sense of belonging, as if she had always known these things, even if her mind had never fully understood them before. "I don't know," she repeated, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. "I can't explain it, but it felt right." Julgar nodded slowly, his sharp features reflecting a mixture of fascination and disbelief. "Indeed," he murmured, "it feels right." The professor's words hung in the air as the room fell into a tense silence. There were no answers, only more questions. And the most pressing one of all was this: what had Monica just unlocked? What knowledge had she tapped into, and why was it hidden from the rest of the galaxy for so long? The mystery surrounding her map, her connection to the stars, was only beginning. And as Julgar stood there, contemplating the impossible, he couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning of something far greater than anyone could have imagined. The tension in the room had not dissipated in the hours that followed. If anything, it had grown thicker, suffocating. Monica stood at the front, still reeling from her own discovery, her mind racing to process what had just occurred. The other students were quiet now, their murmurs fading into the background as they exchanged uncertain glances. The silence was broken only by the faint hum of the Academy's technology, the soft buzz of the lights overhead, and the occasional shuffle of feet against the polished floor. Professor Julgar had retreated to the side of the room, standing apart from the students. His yellow eyes flickered back and forth as they surveyed the map Monica had drawn, still glowing in midair. He had been the first to recover, or at least to appear as though he had, but even his measured composure couldn't fully hide the shock in his expression. He had seen the stars in ways that most could not even begin to imagine. His species, the Veltrians, had mastered the art of galactic mapping, tracing the orbits and positions of celestial bodies with a precision that seemed to defy the natural order of the universe. And yet, here was a human, with no more than rudimentary knowledge of space travel, creating a map that not only challenged their understanding of the solar system but expanded it into realms they had never even dreamed of. He had been patient in his questioning of her, trying to sift through the possible explanations. Was it a trick? Some clever illusion? But no, the map was real. It pulsed with the energy of the cosmos, the distant stars beckoning from beyond the confines of known space. The accuracy of the map was impossible to deny, but what was even more baffling was the sense of purpose behind it. There was a rhythm to the way the stars were connected, a design that transcended mere coincidence. Julgar's mind was racing. He knew that something extraordinary had just occurred, something that would change the course of galactic history. The question, however, was whether this was simply an accident, a fluke of some kind, or whether there was something deeper at play. Could Monica, this human, have unlocked a hidden knowledge, an ancient secret that had eluded even the most advanced minds? The map, still suspended in the air, beckoned him to come closer. Julgar's gaze shifted to the smaller details now, examining the various regions Monica had drawn. There were lines connecting distant stars, clusters of planets that he had never seen in any of the extensive archives of his people. There was a faint hum emanating from the map, almost like a whisper, as though the stars themselves were alive, trying to communicate. He took a slow step forward, his mind still processing the impossible. Monica, standing near the projection, felt his gaze on her again, but she couldn't bring herself to meet his eyes. She wasn't sure what to say. How could she explain it? How could she explain the strange compulsion she had felt while drawing the map? It was as if she had been guided by something or someone something that was beyond her understanding. The map wasn't something she had created with her conscious mind. It had come from somewhere else, somewhere deep inside her. Human, Julgar's voice finally broke the silence, his tone softer now, less forceful than before. This map, it contains more than just the familiar constellations and planets. It is different. There are regions here that no one, not even the greatest scholars of the galaxy, have discovered. You have drawn stars and planets that should not exist in any known catalog. Monica nodded slowly, still unsure of what to say. Her heart was racing, her thoughts spinning in 1,000 directions at once. "I don't know how I did it," she said again, the words feeling weak and hollow, even as they left her lips. "It's like I knew these places, like I've been there before." The other students were still silent, watching her with a mix of disbelief and awe. One of them, a tall, insectoid being with segmented limbs and translucent wings, leaned forward, his multiple eyes blinking rapidly as he studied the map. "There is no record of these places in any archive," he muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. "I have scoured the galaxies for knowledge of every star system, every black hole and nebula. But this is nothing I have ever seen." Jules Gar stepped back, his brow furrowing as he processed the implications. If the regions Monica had drawn were real, if they truly existed in some distant corner of the universe, it could mean one of two things: either she had discovered a hidden part of the galaxy that no one had ever seen, or there was something far more profound at play here. Was it possible that Monica was somehow tapping into a lost or ancient knowledge? Could this be something that was buried within the very fabric of the universe, something that even the most advanced species had overlooked? His mind raced with possibilities, none of them entirely comforting. If Monica had truly discovered something so far beyond their collective understanding, then the implications were enormous. For the first time in his life, Jules Gar felt a sense of vulnerability. The galaxy, as vast and as complex as it was, suddenly seemed even more mysterious than he had ever imagined. "Perhaps," Jules Gar said after a long pause, his voice tinged with a rare sense of uncertainty, "there is more to this human than we understand. It is possible that she is connected to something, some source of knowledge that we have been unable to perceive." Monica swallowed hard. It was as if Jules Gar's words had unlocked something deep within her. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that she couldn't explain what had happened. But one thing was clear: the map she had drawn was only the beginning. It was as if she had opened a door to something vast, something infinite. A door that had always been there but had been hidden from her until now. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the back of the room. It was the insectoid student again, his tone urgent. "Professor, look at this." His multiple eyes focused on a particular section of the map that Monica had drawn, a swirling nebula that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. This nebula, it matches the description of a place known only in ancient legends, a place that was believed to be a myth. It is said to be the birthplace of stars, a place where time itself is altered. Jules Gar's heart skipped a beat. "Impossible," he muttered under his breath, moving toward the projection. He had studied those legends as a child, the stories passed down through generations of Veltrons. They were nothing more than fairy tales, myths designed to explain the mysteries of the universe that the ancient Veltrons had yet to understand. But here it was, in stark detail, drawn by a human who had no access to such knowledge. The professor's mind whirled with thoughts of the nebula, the myths, and the implications. If the legends were true, then Monica had not merely mapped an uncharted region of space. She had uncovered a cosmic mystery that had been lost to history. She had tapped into something far more profound than anyone had imagined. "Professor," one of the students said quietly, breaking the silence, "what does this mean? If this is real, if these places exist, what are we dealing with? What does it mean for us? For the galaxy?" Jules Gar looked around the room, meeting the eyes of each student. There was no easy answer. The map Monica had drawn was not just a record of celestial bodies. It was a map of something much more dangerous, much more powerful. It was a map of knowledge, of untapped cosmic potential, and perhaps of forces that even the most advanced civilizations were not prepared to confront. "It means," Jules Gar said, his voice steady but filled with an undeniable awe, "that we have just begun to scratch the surface of something far greater than anything we could have imagined. Something that has been hidden from us all this time." As Monica stood in the center of the room, she realized that her discovery had only just begun. She had unlocked something ancient, something mysterious. But now she would have to face the consequences of that discovery. The universe was vast, and she had just opened a door that perhaps no one was ready to walk through. And she, Monica, a human from Earth, was the key. The question was no longer how she had done it. The question was what would happen next. The days following Monica's unprecedented map had passed in a blur. The Academy's atmosphere, once vibrant with the buzz of eager minds, now felt unnervingly tense. Everywhere she went, eyes followed her, curious, wary, and filled with suspicion. Monica had never felt so out of place, even though she had always known that being human among beings from the farthest reaches of the galaxy would make her stand out. But this was different. Now, it wasn't just her species that set her apart. It was the knowledge she had uncovered, the impossible discovery she had made. The map, glowing with cosmic energy, had turned her into something of a spectacle, a subject of both fascination and fear. She had been sequestered in a special chamber ever since she had drawn the map, away from the other students. Julgar had insisted that she remain isolated while further analysis was conducted, though Monica couldn't quite understand why. Was it for her safety? Was it because the professor and the others needed to study her discovery in private? Or perhaps it was something more sinister, something she hadn't yet grasped. She sat at a long table in the chamber, the map still floating in the air in front of her, its celestial paths and uncharted stars suspended like fragments of a distant dream. It seemed to pulse, slowly and rhythmically, as if alive. Sometimes, in moments of quiet reflection, she felt as though the map was speaking to her, its intricate design whispering secrets she couldn't understand. The words eluded her, but the sensation, the feeling that the universe itself was calling to her was overwhelming. Julgar entered the room abruptly, his tall, slender form cutting through the stillness like a shadow. His yellow eyes, usually so steady and assured, were clouded with an emotion Monica couldn't place. There was something about him now, something distant. He had been one of the most accomplished and knowledgeable beings she had ever met. Yet in the presence of the map he seemed almost unsettled. "Human," he said, his voice sharp, more commanding than usual. "It is time we address what you have uncovered. We need to understand the full extent of this discovery, and we need answers." He stopped in front of her, his gaze fixed on the floating map. "We cannot ignore this any longer. The galaxy will not rest until we know the truth." Monica nodded slowly, her heart thudding in her chest. She hadn't known exactly what to expect, but she certainly hadn't anticipated this. The professor had been distant since the map was first revealed, retreating into his own thoughts, running simulations, and engaging in deep discussions with other scholars. At first she thought it was a sign of his awe, but the longer it had gone on, the more she felt like she was under some kind of scrutiny. "What do you want me to do?" she asked, her voice quieter than usual. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached out to touch the air near the map, her fingers brushing the invisible boundary that kept it suspended. Julgar stepped closer, his long fingers hovering over the map as if he was afraid to touch it. "We need to know how you did this, human, how you accessed this knowledge," he said, his voice thick with a mix of disbelief and something else, something like fear. "We have analyzed every possible scenario, but there is no explanation. Your map defies all logic. It is not just a map of the known universe. It is a key, Monica, a key to something far greater." The weight of his words settled over her like a heavy cloud. "A key?" she repeated, her mind racing. "A key to what?" Julgar hesitated, his eyes flickering to the map before meeting her gaze. "A key to knowledge we have long since forgotten," he said slowly. "You have unlocked something ancient, something that predates even the oldest civilizations." Monica's heart skipped a beat. She had always known that the map was important, but she had never imagined it was connected to something as vast and old as Julgar was implying. "I didn't mean to," she whispered. "I didn't know. She stopped, not sure how to finish the sentence. How could she explain something she herself didn't fully understand? The professor watched her closely, his expression unreadable. "We need to understand this," he repeated. "We cannot afford to let this discovery go unexplained. The very fabric of the universe could be at stake." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the map, its glowing lines flickering like distant stars. Monica's mind was swirling with questions. What had she unlocked? What was this key Julgar was talking about? And why did she feel such an overwhelming pull toward it? There was something ancient and powerful embedded in the map, something that seemed to call out to her. After a long pause, Julgar turned toward her again, his tone more measured this time. "There are those who will want to exploit this knowledge. There are factions, races in the galaxy that would stop at nothing to gain access to what you have discovered. I must ask you, Monica, to be very careful. You must not share this map with anyone else, not yet, not until we fully understand its implications." She nodded, her stomach tightening. She hadn't considered the possibility that there might be others who would seek to control or destroy what she had found. It hadn't occurred to her that her discovery could be a threat, but now she saw the truth of it. This wasn't just about knowledge, it was about power. and the last thing she wanted was to become a pawn in some intergalactic struggle she couldn't even begin to comprehend. Do you understand? Julgar asked, his gaze intense. Yes, she replied, her voice steady despite the storm raging in her chest. I understand. The professor nodded slowly, then turned back to the map. We must act quickly. We will begin by isolating the regions you have identified. We will scan the coordinates, gather data from the galaxy's most advanced telescopes, and compare your map with our own records. If what you have drawn is real, then we must be prepared for what comes next. As Julgar moved away from her, Monica couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Something about the way he spoke, the urgency in his voice, made her realize that the stakes were far higher than she had imagined. This wasn't just about an academic discovery, this was about something that could alter the course of galactic history. The professor's next words only deepened her concern. We will need to alert the Council, he said quietly, almost to himself. If this knowledge is truly as powerful as I suspect, then we will need their help. There are forces at play here that we cannot handle alone. Monica felt a chill run down her spine. The Council. The very thought of it sent shivers through her. The Council was an assembly of the most powerful and influential races in the galaxy. They were the ones who held sway over the galaxy's laws, its borders, and its resources. If they got involved, things would change forever. She had no idea what it would mean for her, for the galaxy, or for the knowledge she had uncovered. But one thing was certain: her life, and the lives of those around her, would never be the same again. I'm ready, she said, her voice firm despite the uncertainty that gripped her heart. I'll do whatever it takes to help. Julgar turned back to her, his expression softening just slightly. Good, he said. We will need your help. But you must be careful, Monica. There are forces out there that would stop at nothing to control this. We must tread carefully. As the professor left the room to begin the next phase of their investigation, Monica stood alone, her mind racing. She had unlocked something ancient, something that could change everything. But as the reality of what she had discovered began to settle in, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had just taken the first step down a path that would lead her into the unknown. A path that, once started, could not be undone. The map floated silently before her, its cosmic path still glowing faintly. Monica felt the weight of it pressing down on her. She had no idea where this journey would lead. But one thing was certain: she was no longer just a student at an alien academy. She was a part of something much larger, something that could either save the galaxy or destroy it. The hum of the academy had taken on a different tone. Where once it had been filled with the usual low chatter of students, now it was punctuated by the heavy silence that seemed to hang in the air. The vast halls and corridors, illuminated by the soft glow of distant stars, had become a labyrinth of uncertainty. Every corner, every shadow seemed to hold some new threat or revelation, as if the very walls of the academy were holding their breath. Monica sat alone in a small, isolated chamber, a space that had once been a sanctuary for study but now felt more like a cage. The map, still hovering in front of her, was a constant reminder of the weight she now carried. It had started as something abstract, something curious and fascinating, but now it had become a symbol of the unknown, a force far beyond anything she could have ever imagined. Julgar's warnings echoed in her mind. There are forces at play here that we cannot handle alone, he had said. The professor had become increasingly distant, his once confident demeanor now clouded with uncertainty. He had told her that the Council, the most powerful assembly of beings in the galaxy, had to be alerted, that there were factions out there who would stop at nothing to control the knowledge she had unlocked. But even as he spoke those words, Monica could see the fear in his eyes. Fear not of her, but of what she had uncovered. It was only a matter of time before the Council arrived. They were coming soon, faster than she could have imagined. But as the days passed, Monica couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She would catch glimpses of figures in the halls, cloaked in shadows, their eyes always on her. The tension was palpable, the weight of her discovery pressing down on her like a physical force. One evening, as Monica walked through the corridors, she was stopped by a figure in a dark cloak. The figure was tall, imposing, with eyes that seemed to gleam in the dim light. You've unlocked something, the voice said, low and menacing. Something that could change everything. Monica froze, her breath catching in her throat. She had seen this figure before, once in the background, always watching. Who are you? She demanded, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. The figure stepped closer, his face still obscured by the cloak. I am someone who understands the gravity of what you've done. You've opened a door, Monica, a door that cannot be closed once opened. His voice dropped to a whisper. And there are those who will stop at nothing to make sure they control what you've discovered. Her heart raced as she took a step back. What do you want from me? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure reached out, his hand brushing the edge of the floating map, sending a ripple through its holographic projection. We want to help you, he said, his tone shifting. But the Council will not. They will seek to control you, to use your discovery for their own gain. You have something they cannot understand, something that they fear. The galaxy is at a crossroads, Monica, and you are the key. Before Monica could respond, the figure turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving her standing in the cold silence of the corridor. She was shaken, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. Who was he? And why did he speak with such certainty? More importantly, what was he suggesting? The next few days passed in a blur. The Academy seemed to be preparing for something, as though the air itself had grown heavier with anticipation. The map remained suspended before her, but now it felt different, darker, more foreboding. Monica couldn't shake the feeling that she had just stepped into something far larger than herself. She had unlocked knowledge that others would kill to possess, and now the galaxy was closing in on her. The Council arrived without warning, a fleet of sleek, imposing ships descending on the Academy like a shadow. Their arrival was swift, their presence undeniable. They were not here to ask questions, they were here to take control. The Council's representatives were beings of unimaginable power, each one a leader of their species, each one determined to maintain their hold over the galaxy. But none of them could have predicted what they would encounter here. As Monica was escorted into the Council chamber, she could feel the weight of their gazes on her. The room was vast, filled with beings from across the galaxy, tall, short, humanoid, and alien. Each one seemed to be watching her, studying her, sizing her up. In the center of the room, an elevated platform was occupied by the Council's leaders, their eyes sharp and calculating. Jules Gar stood off to the side, his face a mask of resolve. You are the one who unlocked this knowledge. Monica nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. I didn't intend for this to happen, she said. I only drew the map. The Council member's eyes narrowed. You did not intend for this? His voice was low, almost mocking. You are not in control of what you have unleashed, human. You cannot simply play at being a scholar and expect the universe to remain unchanged. You have unlocked something ancient, something dangerous. Dangerous? Monica's voice trembled, but she steeled herself. It is knowledge. It's not dangerous unless you choose to use it as such. The room fell silent, the Council members exchanging glances. They were not accustomed to being challenged, especially by someone so insignificant in their eyes. But Monica's words had hit a nerve. The power she had unlocked, the knowledge that she had so innocently drawn, was now a weapon, one that could reshape the galaxy, for better or for worse. We are here to ensure that this knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands, another Council member said, his voice cold and measured. He was a being with large, transparent wings and a long serpentine neck. His eyes locked onto Monica's, filled with unspoken threats. You will turn over your map, Monica. You will hand over the key to this knowledge. Monica felt a surge of fear rise within her, but she forced herself to remain calm. I can't just give it to you, she said firmly. It's not yours to take. The Council members exchanged a look of disbelief. They had underestimated her, just as they had underestimated humanity. But this was not about a simple map. This was about control, about who would wield the power of the ancient knowledge Monica had uncovered. The galaxy was on the brink of a new era, and it was clear that the Council would not let go of the reins without a fight. You have no choice, the winged Council member said, his voice laced with venom. You will give us what we seek, or we will take it by force. Jules Gar stepped forward, his voice quiet but firm. I cannot allow this, he said, his eyes fixed on the Council. You cannot take what does not belong to you. You may control galaxies, but you do not control knowledge, especially not this knowledge. The Council members were silent for a moment, considering Jules Gar's words. They could not ignore the truth in them, but their pride was at stake. They had never faced opposition like this, especially from one so young, so insignificant in their eyes. But there was something more than pride at play here. Something darker, more urgent. "We will give you one chance," the council member with the wings said, his tone hardening. "Hand over the map, Monica, or face the consequences." The decision weighed heavily on Monica's shoulders. She had the power to change the course of the galaxy, but it was not hers to wield. Not alone. The council would destroy everything in their path if they had their way. But she couldn't let them. With a trembling hand, Monica reached toward the floating map. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with the vast expanse of stars, the knowledge that had been unlocked within her. She could feel the ancient energy pulsing within her, a force that was beyond her control. It was not her decision to make. She had been chosen by something greater than herself to carry the key to the universe's mysteries. And in that moment, Monica understood. She couldn't let the council have the map. But she also couldn't keep it for herself. The map flickered once, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. The council gasped, their collective breath caught in the sudden, overwhelming silence. Monica stood there, her heart racing, knowing that the universe had just changed forever. She had made the choice. And now there was no turning back.
Earth spun beneath a muted haze of cloud and light, a blue-green jewel quietly turning in the vast silence of space. To the Galactic Empire, it was nothing more than a neglected backwater, a fledgling world with primitive ships and limited influence, barely worthy of note. But beneath its surface, in hidden shipyards far from prying eyes, a different truth was being forged. Captain Aria Lennox stood on the bridge of the Vigilant, her eyes fixed on the holographic starfield ahead. The ship was unlike anything the galaxy had seen, an unannounced prototype, the culmination of decades of secret research. Sleek, angular, and lethal, it hummed with quiet power, its AI core whispering calculations faster than any human mind could process. "Status report," Arya said, her voice steady but sharp. Lieutenant Chin, the tactical officer, swiveled in his chair, fingers dancing over the console. "Stealth systems operational. No detection by Imperial sensors so far. Scouting fleet remains on intercept course, unaware of our presence." Arya allowed herself a brief nod. "Good. We make this count." She glanced around her crew, young, focused, each one aware that this mission was their first and perhaps only chance to prove humanity's place among the stars. The weight of command pressed on her shoulders, but she bore it willingly. Her mind flicked to her mentor, Dr. Elias Kale, who had died 6 months earlier under mysterious circumstances. It was his dream, this ship, this mission. His vision of a future where Earth was no longer a footnote in galactic history. Arya felt his absence like a shadow, urging her forward. A soft chime interrupted her thoughts. The communications officer, Jara, spoke quietly. "Incoming transmission, Captain?" "From Earth Command." Arya frowned. "Patch it through." The holographic image of Admiral Thorne flickered to life, his expression grim. "Captain Lennox, intelligence reports Imperial scouts probing near our border again. They underestimate us. This is your chance to remind them what Earth can do. But proceed with caution, the Empire's reach is long." "Understood, Admiral," Arya replied. "The Vigilant won't disappoint." The transmission ended. Arya's gaze returned to the void ahead. The Empire's arrogance was a poison. They saw Earth as a collection of relics, not realizing the hidden forge of innovation simmering beneath. "Engage stealth approach," she ordered. The Vigilant slipped through the darkness, a ghost threading its way toward the unsuspecting Imperial fleet. Minutes later, the starfield ahead shifted as the holographic display revealed a cluster of massive warships. The Empire's scouts were vast and heavily armed, a test of strength meant to intimidate. But the Vigilant's prototype systems offered an edge. "Target the command vessel," Arya instructed. "A precise strike will send the right message." Lieutenant Chen hesitated. "The enemy fleet is too large. One misstep and we're sitting ducks." Arya's eyes narrowed. "We're not sitting ducks, Lieutenant. This ship was designed for moments like this." Her voice carried the weight of conviction. The crew rallied around her confidence. Moments later, the Vigilant accelerated, its engines barely whispering as it closed the distance. Invisible to the Empire's sensors, it slipped between the warships like a knife through silk. "Locking plasma torpedoes," Chen announced. Arya held her breath. The torpedoes launched in a silent arc, threading through space to strike the command ship's shield with pinpoint accuracy. The explosion bloomed brilliant and sudden, shattering the illusion of Imperial invulnerability. "Direct hit! Command ship crippled!" Chen exclaimed. The Imperial fleet erupted into chaos, alarms blaring across the bridge. Sensors suddenly flicked on, and the Vigilant stealth systems blinked under assault. "Enemy sensors locking on!" shouted Jara. "Take evasive maneuvers," Arya ordered, voice calm but urgent. "Deploy countermeasures and prepare for rapid retreat." The ship darted away, weaving through the expanding web of enemy fire. Pulses of energy streaked past, missing by fractions of a second. "All hands hold steady!" Arya's voice was a steady beacon in the storm. In the heat of battle, she felt the familiar rush, command, calculation, instinct. The Vigilant danced through the crossfire, a wraith among titans. A sudden blast rocked the ship, throwing the bridge crew against their restraints. Systems flickered, but the AI recalibrated instantly. "Damage to aft thrusters," Chen reported, voice tight. "But we're still mobile." Arya grit her teeth. "Keep us moving. We can't let them trap us." She watched the hologram as the Imperial fleet reorganized, their pride wounded but fierce. Their arrogance shattered by a single, unseen ship. Suddenly, a crackling burst from the comm system. "This is Admiral Korvac Thren," a cold voice snarled. "You dare strike at the Empire? Surrender your ship and surrender your insolence, Captain Lennox." Arya straightened, eyes flashing. "The Empire underestimates Earth at its peril, Admiral. We will not bow." The transmission ended. The words echoed in the bridge's tense silence. A challenge. "We've made our mark. Now we survive." The crew moved with practiced precision, shields flaring as the Vigilant slipped away under the shroud of space. As stars streaked by, Arya allowed herself a moment's reflection. The mission had succeeded beyond expectation, but the war had just begun. Earth was no longer invisible. The Empire's wrath would come swift and brutal. Yet, in the heart of that silent ship, a fierce hope burned brighter than any star. Humanity would no longer be ignored. The Vigilant slipped through the inky void, every meter a victory and every second a race against the merciless pursuer. Captain Arya Lennox stood rigid on the bridge, her gaze locked on the holographic display. Red blips representing Imperial warships multiplied as the Empire scrambled to respond, the calculated arrogance of their fleet now replaced with brutal urgency. Lieutenant Chen's voice was steady but tense. "They're converging on our position from 3 vectors. They're adapting faster than predicted." Arya's jaw tightened. "Good. Let them come. We won't outrun them forever, but we'll outthink them." She glanced at the crew, young faces etched with determination and exhaustion. "Prepare for evasive maneuvers and deploy all countermeasures. Our prototype systems give us the edge, but we must be flawless." The hum of the ship's engines was the only answer. Far behind, the Empire's fleet surged forward, commanded by Admiral Korvac Thren, whose dark eyes burned with cold fury. "The Earth prototype must be destroyed. Send a message that rebellion will be crushed." Korvac's voice carried over the fleet's calm channels, cold and unforgiving. "No mercy. No mistakes." Back on Earth, the tension was just as cautious and divided, argued over how far to push against the overwhelming might of the Empire. "Provoking the Empire could lead to total annihilation," warned Minister Rivas, voice trembling. "Our military is no match for the armadas. But showing weakness invites domination," countered General Kadim, slamming his fist on the table. "Captain Lennox's strike proved we have power they don't expect. We must rally behind her." The room fell silent as a holographic image of the Vigilant materialized above the table, a symbol of hope and danger intertwined. Back aboard the Vigilant, Arya sought to steady her crew. "We're not alone. Earth is watching, and the galaxy is listening. Our fight is bigger than us." A murmur of agreement rippled through the bridge. Suddenly, alarms blared. Enemy lock-on confirmed, Jara shouted. Multiple missile volleys inbound. Arya's voice cut through the chaos. Activate stealth bursts and deploy decoys. Helm, evasive pattern Gamma 4. The ship shuddered as defensive flares erupted, momentarily blinding the enemy sensors. The Vigilant twisted through space like a phantom, slipping through gaps in the Imperial net. Lieutenant Chen's fingers flew over the controls. Targeting enemy missile launcher. Firing ion disruptors. A pulse of blue energy flashed forward, disabling a cluster of enemy weapon systems. Nice shot, Arya said, allowing a rare smile. But the reprieve was brief. A sudden jolt rocked the ship, a direct hit. The bridge lights flickered. Damage report, Arya demanded. Shield generator at 30%, Chen replied grimly. Hull integrity holding, but we can't take much more. Prepare emergency repairs, Arya ordered. Keep shields up at all costs. She turned to Jara. Any sign of reinforcements from Earth? Not yet. Communications are limited. Command fears escalation. Arya's stomach tightened. Earth's political caution was a chain around their neck. A quiet voice interrupted the tension. Captain, the science officer reports possible internal sabotage. Arya's eyes narrowed. Sabotage? Explain. Dr. Ilias, a young but brilliant engineer, stepped forward. Unexplained power fluctuations in the propulsion system. They're subtle. Someone is tampering with our efficiency. Arya's mind raced. Trust was fragile in war, and the stakes were life and death. Secure all sensitive systems, she commanded. No one leaves the ship without clearance. As the Vigilant slipped into a narrow asteroid field, the shadows of jagged rocks offered fleeting cover. Helm, slow down and hold position. We can't outrun them, but we can outsmart them, Arya said. Chen nodded, eyes sharp. Activating sensor ghosting. We'll appear as space debris on their scans. Time slowed as the Vigilant nestled among the rocks, engines humming softly. But then a shrill alarm pierced the silence. Proximity alert! Enemy boarding pods detected! Jara warned. Prepare for combat. Seal all bulkheads. Deploy automated defense turrets. The crew snapped into action, tension rising like a storm. Arya took a deep breath. Remember, we fight not just for survival, but for Earth's future. The boarding pods clattered against the hull, releasing Imperial Marines in armored suits. The corridors echoed with gunfire and shouted orders. In the chaos, Arya moved with purpose, rallying her security teams. Hold the corridors! Protect the core! She commanded. Lieutenant Chen fought alongside engineers repairing the damaged systems, sharing quick words. We need time. We can't lose this ship. Arya nodded. Every second counts. After a brutal skirmish, the last bodies strewn across the corridors. The Vigilant bore scars, but its heart still beat strong. In the aftermath, Arya retreated to the command deck, staring at the stars beyond the viewports. A secure comm channel flickered to life. Captain Lennox. The voice was calm but firm. It was Admiral Thorne. The Empire won't rest. Your actions have shattered the fragile peace. Prepare for a storm. Arya responded, voice steady. Then we'll weather it, Admiral. Earth will not kneel. As the transmission ended, Arya faced the harsh truth. This was no longer a skirmish. It was a war. Yet amid the danger and uncertainty, something fierce burned within her, a stubborn hope. The kind that refuses to die. Prepare for jump to Earth, she ordered. We need reinforcements and answers. The Vigilant powered up its experimental engines, stars stretching into streaks of light. Behind her, the crew moved with quiet determination. Earth was watching, and the galaxy was no longer blind. The hunt had begun, and humanity would fight to be seen. The Vigilant slipped through the shadowed corridors of space, hurtling toward Earth, but the true battle was far from over. Captain Arya Lennox stood in the command deck, eyes sharp, scanning the incoming data streams that painted a grim picture, The Empire's forces were regrouping faster than predicted. Their wrath was fueled not just by pride but by fear, a small world challenging their might. Lieutenant Chen approached, tablet in hand. Captain, the scattered Earth defense units have responded to our distress call. A fleet of experimental ships is assembling at the Lagrange point. They're slower but heavily armed. Arya nodded slowly. It's not just about speed or firepower. It's about strategy and unity. We have to prove that Earth can stand as one. The bridge was tense but charged with renewed hope. The arrival of allies meant the beginning of a coordinated resistance, not a desperate flight. Elsewhere, in the scientific bay, Dr. Ilias and his team worked furiously on integrating new AI modules into the fleet's control systems. These upgrades will enhance ship coordination exponentially, he explained. Our prototypes were designed to adapt, but now they will think as one. Arya visited the bay, watching the engineers fine-tune the code. She felt the weight of the moment, a fragile chance to change the course of history. General Kadim stood at the center, voice resolute. The Empire underestimates us, but arrogance blinds them. Our experimental ships may be few, but they are innovative. Captain Lennox, your leadership will be crucial. Arya met his gaze. We fight not just with weapons but with our will. The Empire's strength is their numbers, ours is our ingenuity. Back on the Vigilant, Arya convened her senior officers. Our mission has shifted. We're no longer alone. The fleet will coordinate through the new AI network. We'll strike when the Empire is most vulnerable. Lieutenant Chen's fingers traced the glowing schematics. The Empire is preparing a brutal campaign. Korvac Thren plans to crush us with overwhelming force. Arya's jaw tightened. Then we'll meet force with force, but on our terms. Tensions simmered below the surface. Rumors of internal dissent reached Arya's ears. Political factions wary, whose hesitation was palpable. Captain, the cost of war could be catastrophic. We must consider negotiation. Arya's eyes burned. Negotiation is a luxury the Empire does not grant us. We must stand firm, or be swallowed. Rivas sighed, but nodded. I pray your courage carries us through. In the quiet moments between battles, Arya grappled with the toll of command. Memories of Dr. Kale haunted her, the man who dreamed of Earth rising, who believed in the spark of humanity. Arya knew she carried that spark now, fragile but fierce. Suddenly, the calm channel crackled to life. Admiral Korvac's voice sliced through the static. Earth rebels, your defiance is futile. Surrender and spare your people. Arya's reply was swift. The galaxy underestimates humanity at its peril, Admiral. We choose freedom. Korvac's laughter was cold. Then prepared to be extinguished. The final hours before battle were a crucible. The fleet moved into position, nerves taut but spirits unbroken. Arya walked among her crew, offering words of encouragement and quiet resolve. Remember, she said, voice low but commanding, this fight is more than survival. It's our declaration, we will no longer be ignored. As starships hummed and charged their weapons, the Vigilant led the charge. The clash ahead would decide not just the fate of a planet, but the future of humanity's place among the stars. The void was a battleground of light and shadow. The Vigilant surged ahead, its sleek hull cutting through the darkness like a spear. Captain Arya Lennox gripped the command console, her mind a razor's edge of focus and resolve. Around her, the assembled Earth fleet moved in formation, an untested coalition of prototypes and experimental vessels, each bristling with cutting-edge technology born from years of hidden innovation. Enemy flagship detected, Lieutenant Chen announced, voice steady but charged. Admiral Korvac's vessel leads the charge, imposing and heavily armed. Arya nodded sharply. This is the moment. All units lock formation Delta. We hit hard and fast. No hesitation. Outside the viewport, stars stretched into streaks as the Vigilant and its fleet accelerated toward the heart of the Imperial Armada. The silence before the storm was broken by the distant roar of weapons charging. Shields at full, Jara reported. Energy weapons online. The Empire's ships appeared like a monstrous wall of steel and fire, their overwhelming numbers a stark reminder of the odds. But the Earth fleet was nimble and unpredictable. Each vessel linked through an advanced AI network, coordinating attacks with a precision the Empire had not anticipated. "Firing ion cannons," Chen said. "Targeting enemy weapon arrays." Explosions blossomed along the enemy's hulls. The Vigilant danced through the melee, evading missile barrages and laser fire with a grace that belied its deadly purpose. Aria's voice rang out, calm yet commanding. "Maintain pressure. Exploit every weakness. Trust your training." Amid the chaos, a sudden blast rocked the Vigilant. Alarms shrieked as systems flickered. "Hull breach in Section 3! An engineer shouted. "Damage control teams en route." Aria clenched her fists. "Report, Chen. Enemy plasma torpedoes. We're holding, but it's close. Divert power to shields. Focus on evasion." The battle raged with brutal intensity. The Empire's forces, though battered, pressed forward with relentless fury. Yet, the Earth fleet's innovative tactics and unity began to fracture their assault. From the communication channel, Korvak's voice snarled. "You cannot withstand the Empire's might. Surrender now." Aria responded without hesitation. "We fight for freedom. Your Empire's days of tyranny end here." A volley of energy surged from the Vigilant, striking the enemy. "Retreat! Fall back!" The Empire's fleet began a hasty withdrawal, battered and broken. Aria allowed herself a moment's breath. Around her, the crew erupted in cautious cheers. But victory came with a cost. "Casualty report," Jara called. "Several ships lost. Crew casualties high. Repairs needed immediately." Aria's gaze swept the bridge. "We honor their sacrifice. This is just the beginning." As the surviving fleet regrouped, a transmission from Earth Command broke through. "Captain Lennox, your actions have galvanized the planet. Earth stands united. The galaxy now knows we exist." Aria's voice was soft yet fierce. "Then let them watch. Humanity will no longer be ignored." The Vigilant powered down its weapons systems, stars twinkling outside like distant witnesses to a new era. In the quiet aftermath, Aria reflected on the journey, the loss, the triumph, and the future now within reach. The galaxy was vast, its darkness deep. But Earth had ignited a spark. A new dawn was rising, and humanity was ready to claim its place among the stars.
The galactic dominion of Zithar was not known for its patience. It was known for its highly efficient military, its ruthlessly bureaucratic system, and its deep-seated belief that everything should be labeled correctly, which is why the current situation was causing widespread panic among its top strategists. A single word, flashing ominously on the Central War Room screen, had thrown the entire Zithar command into disarray. Unknown. How? Supreme Coordinator Vorsk barked. Is this possible? The room was filled with top-tier tacticians, battle-hardened warlords, and at least one guy whose only job was to refill the Supreme Coordinator's coffee. And yet no one had an answer. The unknown entity had appeared a few rotations ago on Cathal 4, a planet known primarily for its mining operations and general lack of anything remotely interesting. Yet in the span of 3 days, mining production had plummeted by 98%. The local law enforcement had stopped responding to messages, and 14 different emergency distress signals had been sent, all featuring frantic screaming, explosions, and in one baffling instance, the sound of something that could only be described as aggressive yodeling. "What are we dealing with?" Vorsk demanded. Grand Marshal Krithil, a being who had personally orchestrated the annihilation of 12 planets before lunch, cleared his throat. "We believe it's a human." Silence, then murmurs, then a loud, incredulous snort from someone in the back. "A human?" Vorsk repeated, incredulous. "Yes, Supreme Coordinator," Krithil said, shifting uncomfortably. "One human, unarmed. Well, mostly unarmed. Reports indicate he has, improvised weapons." "Improvised?" Vorsk narrowed his eyes. The Grand Marshal hesitated. "Sir, the last official report states he took down an armored patrol using—" He cleared his throat, clearly embarrassed. "A spoon, 3 beer bottles, and a rather aggressive attitude." This time, the entire war room erupted in laughter. A human, a single unarmed human, had thrown an entire Dominion-controlled planet into chaos. It was ridiculous. Humans were stubborn and loud, but they weren't unstoppable warriors. This was obviously just some bureaucratic mistake, one that the Supreme Coordinator would now efficiently correct. "Deploy the Ceifadores de Cathal," Vorsk commanded. At this, the room fell completely silent. Someone audibly swallowed. "Sir," Krithel said carefully, "the Ceifadores are our most elite force. They're meant for high-priority planetary-level operations." "And you're telling me this situation isn't high priority?" Vorsk shot back. Krithel hesitated. "Well, no, but—" "Then send them," Vorsk snapped. "This embarrassment ends now." A single human humiliating the Dominion. Unacceptable. The Ceifadores would fix this mistake immediately. They just had no idea what they were walking into. Deep within the command ship Exacta, the Ceifadores de Cathal prepared for deployment. They were the best of the best. Hardened veterans of 1,000 campaigns, killers so efficient that entire civilizations had surrendered upon hearing they were en route. And right now, they were bored out of their minds. Captain Drex paced in front of his squad, tail flicking in irritation. "Let's go over the mission one more time." Lieutenant Ven clicked his mandibles. "With all due respect, Captain, we're being sent to neutralize a single human. This isn't a mission, this is a minor inconvenience." Drex stopped pacing. "Oh, so you think you're above this?" "Above? No," Ven said, "but I do think this is overkill." Sergeant Harak, a towering reptilian, rumbled in agreement. "One human will be back before my tea cools." The squad chuckled. Arrogantly, Drex scowled. "I don't like it. Something feels off." He turned to the holo display, showing a grainy surveillance image of their target. The human, identified only as Jack Crash Malone, was sitting in what could generously be described as a bar, if one's definition of bar included collapsing furniture, flickering lights, and an overall sense of bad decisions. Jack was smiling, not in the way most species smiled. His expression had an unmistakable quality of someone who knew something you didn't, and was enjoying the hell out of it. "Doesn't matter," Ven said, stretching his secondary arms. "We land, we find him. We capture or kill him, end of story." "Fine," Drex growled. "Drop in 5. The bar, officially named the Rusted Larynx, had seen better days. Also, worse days. Also, frankly, just too many days. Jack Malone sat at the counter, swirling the last of his beer. He had been on Cathal 4 for about a week, and in that time he had 1. Annoyed the local security forces. 2. Accidentally started a minor riot. 3. Discovered that Zethar beer had a criminally low alcohol content. Now, as the ominous hum of a dropship filled the air outside, Jack sighed. "Guess they finally sent the big boys." The bartender, an aging reptilian named Grob, wiped a grimy glass. "You seem weirdly calm for someone about to be obliterated." Jack grinned. "Calm? Nah, just hydrating." The bar doors slammed open. The Ceifadores marched in. 10 of them, moving with perfect synchronization, weapons raised, visors glowing ominously. Jack downed the rest of his beer. Captain Drex stepped forward. "Jack Malone, by order of the Zethar Dominion, you are under arrest." Jack nodded thoughtfully. Then he stood up. Then he cracked his knuckles. Then he smiled that smile again. Then, and this was the part that would haunt the Ceifadores for years, he placed his beer mug down with an almost reverent care and said the words that would alter the course of history. "Hold my beer." For precisely 3 seconds, the Ceifadores de Cathal did nothing. Not because they were afraid. No, fear was an emotion long since trained out of them. They hesitated because the situation made no tactical sense. This was a single human, unarmed, drunk, standing in the middle of a dimly lit bar that smelled vaguely of failure and fried grease. And yet, none of them moved. Drex was the first to snap out of it. Restrain him. Ven stepped forward, reaching for his stun cuffs. Human, you are coming with us. And if you cooperate, Jack moved. One moment he was standing there, looking dangerously amused. The next, his chair was airborne. Ven barely had time to register the incoming projectile before it hit him square in the face. His visor shattered, his mandibles clacked together, and his body made an undignified arc before slamming into the wall. The bar erupted into chaos. Drex roared, raising his pulse rifle, but before he could fire, Jack was already in motion. He grabbed the closest object, a wooden bar stool missing a leg, and swung it with the enthusiasm of a man who had long since given up on responsible decision-making. It connected with Harak's chest armor. Now, Harak weighed twice as much as Jack. His armor could withstand ballistic rounds. His training made him resistant to blunt force trauma. None of that mattered when a very determined human put his full body weight into an absurdly committed swing. The force knocked Harak backward, sending him crashing into two of his squadmates like a very angry domino. Jack didn't stop. He ducked under a plasma bolt, grabbed a half-empty bottle from the counter, and, for absolutely no logical reason, took a quick sip before throwing it. The bottle hit a wall, exploded into glass shards, and somehow set part of the ceiling on fire. Grob, the bartender, blinked at the flames. Thought this place was fireproof. Jack grinned. Yeah, me too. Drex, now thoroughly done with this nonsense, activated his grave whip, a weapon that could restrain even the most violent creatures in the galaxy. He flicked his wrist, sending the whip cracking toward Jack's legs. Jack sidestepped. The whip wrapped around a support beam instead. Drex's eyes widened. Oh no! Jack, still holding onto the end of the whip, gave a single polite nod. Then he pulled. The beam gave way. A significant portion of the ceiling collapsed. Half the safer doors were buried in rubble. The other half was stumbling through the dust, coughing and swearing in at least 3 languages. Jack dusted off his hands. Well, that was dramatic. Drex dragged himself from the wreckage, furious. You think this is funny, human? Jack considered this. Kinda. Drex's hand darted to his belt, grabbing his sidearm, and Jack, with surgical precision, grabbed a fryer basket from the counter and threw it. It hit Drex's wrist. He yelped, gun flying from his grip. Jack caught it. Silence. The remaining Safadoris froze. Jack tilted his head, inspecting the weapon. Huh? Fancy! He pointed it at Drex, who was still processing how the hell this had happened. Jack smirked. Your turn. Drex had trained for every possible combat scenario. He had been ambushed, outnumbered, outgunned, outmaneuvered, and still won. His brain operated on cold efficiency, analyzing threats, calculating weaknesses, finding the optimal course of action. And yet, at this exact moment, all it could produce was, how? How did this happen? Jack Malone stood there, holding Drex's own sidearm, casually inspecting it like a man deciding whether to buy a cheap souvenir. His posture was relaxed, his expression infuriatingly smug. The remaining Safadoris didn't move. Their training manuals had not covered this. Jack clicked his tongue. I gotta say, this thing is surprisingly light. What's the setting on this? He squinted at the side of the weapon. Oh, stun! That's cute. Drex lunged. Jack sidestepped. Drex, still moving at full force, slammed into a very sturdy table. The table, showing no mercy, remained intact. Drex, however, did not. He slumped to the ground with a pained grunt. Jack grinned. Well, that was unfortunate. The rest of the squad snapped out of their shock. Harak, still shaking debris from his armor, charged. He was built like a living tank, his people descendants of war beasts, his hand-to-hand combat skills legendary. Jack picked up a bar stool and threw it directly at Harak's knees. It was not a tactical move. It was not an elegant strike. It was, however, deeply effective. Harak's legs betrayed him. He tripped, fell forward and landed with a sound that could only be described as expensive. Jack whistled. That sounded painful, big guy. You okay? Harak did not respond. He was too busy reconsidering his life choices. At this point, the remaining Cephaloris decided that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't going as planned. Jack stretched his shoulders. So, we done here, or do I gotta keep embarrassing you guys? No one answered. Jack nodded. Cool, I'll take that as a yes. He turned toward the bar, casually placing Drex's sidearm back on the counter. Grob, who had been watching all of this while continuing to polish the same glass, raised an eyebrow. You're just letting them go? Jack shrugged. Eh? They're not really a threat anymore. Behind him, the surviving Cephaloris were very carefully pulling their fallen comrades out of the wreckage, moving with the silent agreement that they should leave immediately. Drex, still dazed, managed to push himself upright. He looked around at the wreckage. His squad, once the pride of the Dominion, was now bruised, battered, and very much defeated. And Jack Malone? Jack Malone was ordering another beer. Drex's eye twitched. This was supposed to be a routine mission, an easy victory, a footnote in their history of great conquests. Instead, they had lost to a single human, and worst of all, the bastard hadn't even broken a sweat. Drex forced himself to stand. He turned to his squad. We're leaving. No one argued. As they limped toward the exit, Jack lifted his drink. Safe travels, fellas. Try not to get your asses kicked next time. Drex did not respond. He was too busy plotting revenge. Supreme Coordinator Vorsk stared at the depressingly incomplete report in front of him. It was not the kind of report he was used to reading. Normally, reports from the Cephaloris de Cathal contained detailed breakdowns of successful missions, usually accompanied by statistical charts and at least one threateningly formal request for a bonus. This one was different. This one was just 3 sentences long. Mission failed. Cephaloris suffered 100% tactical disruption. Recommend immediate reassessment of human threat levels. Vorsk pinched the bridge of his nose. So you're telling me that one drunk human single-handedly dismantled our most elite military unit? Grand Marshal Krithil, whose job security had taken a severe hit in the past hour, shifted uncomfortably. That is an accurate summary, yes. Vorsk inhaled slowly, counting to 10, then exhaled through his teeth. Fine, he said, voice dangerously calm. If the Cephaloris were insufficient, we will escalate the response. Deploy a full battalion. Lock down the planet. I want that human, and whatever unnatural force protects him, neutralized. Krithil hesitated. Sir, if I may, I don't think sending more troops will solve the problem. Vorsk's eye twitched. Are you suggesting we surrender to a single human? No, Krithil said quickly. I'm suggesting we, think strategically. Perhaps there's an alternative approach. Vorsk folded his arms. Explain. Krithil cleared his throat. Well, sir, it appears that conventional tactics are ineffective. But humans have one notable weakness. They are incredibly susceptible to bad decisions. Vorsk frowned. And your point is? Krithil straightened. We don't need to fight the human. We just need to outmaneuver him. Vorsk tapped his fingers on the desk. Go on. Krithil smirked. Jack Malone was enjoying his drink. The bar had been half destroyed, but Grob had heroically declared that as long as the liquor shelf was still standing, they were open for business. Jack respected that kind of commitment. He took a sip. Then he noticed the silence. Cathal 4 was never silent. There was always background noise, drunken arguments, machines whirring, something probably exploding in the distance. Not now. Jack put down his drink. Outside the bar, the street was empty. The usual crowds, the merchants, the pickpockets, all gone. Jack exhaled. Well, that's ominous. Then from the distance came a voice, amplified through a Dominion-class tactical speaker. Attention, human, Jack sighed. Oh boy, the voice continued. This is the Galactic Dominion. We have your ship. Jack blinked. Wait, I have a ship? Grob raised a scaly eyebrow. You don't? Jack shrugged. I didn't think so, but now I'm questioning everything. Outside, the voice pressed on. We have all and your... There was a pause, then slightly less confidently. Your entire stockpile of alcoholic beverages. Silence. Then Jack, in a very calm, very deliberate tone, said, They did what? Grob froze. Jack, buddy, stay calm. Jack's eye twitched. Calm. Grob slowly moved behind the counter. Jack, I need you to listen to me. Whatever you're about to do... Jack stood up so fast, the stool fell over. Oh, it's on now. Jack Malone had many personal rules. Rule number 1, never start a fight you can't finish. Rule number 2, always have an escape plan. Rule number 3, do not, under any circumstances, forgive the theft of alcohol. The Dominion had just broken rule number 3 in the worst possible way. Grob, who had witnessed many terrible things in his years running a bar, had never seen a human this visibly vibrating with rage. Jack cracked his knuckles. All right, where are they keeping my booze? Grob peeked over the counter. Jack, I need you to pause for a second and consider... Jack was already heading for the door. Grob groaned. Of course you're not gonna pause. The Dominion thought they had planned for everything. They had set up roadblocks, placed armed patrols, and locked down every major exit from the city. They had not, however, planned for Jack Malone's complete and utter disregard for logic. The first checkpoint was guarded by 4 heavily armed Zethar troopers. Jack strolled up casually. One of the guards raised his weapon. Halt! Identify yourself! Jack pointed at his own face. You serious? I'm the guy you just announced to the entire planet. The guards hesitated. Jack smiled. Then he grabbed a nearby trash can lid and hurled it like a goddamn frisbee. It hit the first guard in the face. The second guard raised his rifle, but Jack was already on him, grabbing the barrel and jerking it upward. A plasma shot scorched the sky. Jack headbutted him. He went down like a sack of bad decisions. The remaining 2 guards backed up. Jack grinned. Want to rethink your life choices? The guards looked at the unconscious bodies of their comrades. Then they looked at Jack. Then they dropped their weapons and ran. Jack shrugged. Smart. Back at Dominion High Command, Supreme Coordinator Vorsk watched the security feed in real time. He turned to Grand Marshal Krithil. Would you like to explain why 2 fully armed soldiers just abandoned their posts out of sheer terror? Krithil rubbed his temples. Sir, at this point I don't think logic applies to the situation. Vorsk gritted his teeth. Deploy the remaining units. Crush this human. Krithil hesitated. Sir, if I may, what if we, didn't do that? Vorsk glared. Are you suggesting we negotiate with this lunatic? Krithil exhaled slowly. I'm suggesting that everything we throw at him only makes him angrier. And now that he thinks we stole his alcohol, I'm fairly certain we've created a problem of cosmic proportions. Vorsk ignored him. Send in the mechs. Krithil closed his eyes. Of course, sir. What could possibly go wrong? Jack arrived at the Dominion storage facility to find a very large, very heavily armored war mech standing guard. It locked onto him immediately. Warning! Trespasser detected. You have 5 seconds to comply. Jack cracked his neck. Yeah. Heard it before. The mech aimed its cannons. 4. Jack looked around. 3. Jack spotted a nearby forklift. 2. Jack grinned. 1. Jack gunned the forklift forward at full speed. The mech fired. Jack swerved, barely dodging the blast. The forklift, moving at a frankly irresponsible velocity, rammed into the mech's left leg. The mech staggered. Jack jumped off the forklift mid-motion, grabbed onto a maintenance ladder, and scaled up to the mech's back. The mech's AI struggled to adjust. Error! Trespasser is... Jack ripped open a panel and started unplugging things. Dismantling primary systems. Jack kicked the power core. The mech shut down. Jack dusted off his hands. And that's why you don't cheap out on your engineering department. He turned toward the warehouse doors, already grinning. Time to get his booze back. The warehouse door slid open with a heavy metallic groan. Jack Malone stepped inside. Rows upon rows of crates stretched before him, each one stamped with the insignia of the Zethar Dominion. The air smelled of stale bureaucracy and misplaced confidence. Jack cracked his knuckles. "All right, let's see where these bastards stashed my booze." He took 2 steps forward and immediately stopped, because standing between him and the crates were 24 fully armed Zethar soldiers. At the center of the group stood Drex. His armor was scratched, his pride shattered, but his rage was very much intact. Jack grinned. "Hey, you're that guy I threw into a table." Drex's eye twitched. "Kill him!" The squad opened fire. Jack dived behind a crate. Plasma bolts exploded around him, searing holes into the metal floor. A bottle shattered nearby, and Jack felt something deep inside him die a little. They were hitting the liquor. These monsters were destroying the very thing they stole. Jack took a deep breath. Then he stood up. A normal person would have tried to run. Jack? Jack picked up the nearest bottle, took a sip, and hurled it. It smashed against a soldier's helmet, covering him in high-proof alien liquor. Jack grabbed another bottle. And a lighter. Drex's eyes widened. "Oh, shit!" Jack lit the bottle and threw it. A scream, then chaos. Jack vaulted over a crate, dodging return fire. He grabbed a second bottle, smashed it against a console, and used the jagged edge as an improvised weapon. One soldier rushed him. Jack sidestepped, tripped him, and sent him face-first into a crate labeled "Extremely Fragile. Do not tip over." It tipped over. There was a deep, unsettling hum as something inside the crate activated. Then, from the far side of the warehouse, a mechanical voice rumbled to life. "Security protocol engaged." Jack blinked. "Oh, that can't be good." The crate exploded outward, revealing a Dominion-class combat drone the size of a small shuttle. Jack turned to Drex. "You guys are just full of bad ideas, huh?" The drone locked onto the nearest heat signature. Unfortunately for Drex, that was him. The drone opened fire. Drex barely had time to dive for cover. Jack took the opportunity. He sprinted forward, vaulted onto a crate, grabbed a Dominion-standard pulse rifle from a fallen soldier, and slid across the floor like an action hero who had no regard for personal safety. He fired as he went, hitting anything that looked expensive. One shot hit the warehouse's gravity stabilizer. The room lurched. Then, with a sudden jolt, gravity reversed. Jack, Drex, the soldiers, the crates, everything went airborne. Jack twisted midair, grabbed onto a hanging support beam and cackled. Drex, meanwhile, was flailing wildly. Jack waved. "Having fun?" Drex's response was drowned out by the sound of soldiers slamming into the ceiling. Jack swung toward the exit, dodging debris. Below him, no, above him now, the drone was still firing wildly. Jack spotted his liquor stash floating just past the exit. He pushed off the beam, twisted in 0G, and snatched a bottle out of the air. As he flew past Drex, he tipped the bottle in salute. "Thanks for holding on to this for me." Then he kicked off a floating crate, spun toward the control panel, and hit the emergency reset button with the butt of his rifle. Gravity snapped back to normal. Jack landed perfectly. Drex face planted onto the floor. Jack smirked. "And that's why you don't mess with a man's beer." Jack Malone strolled out of the warehouse like a man who had just finished a productive day at work. Behind him, the facility was a flaming, sparking, structurally unsound disaster. Dominion soldiers lay scattered across the floor, groaning. The combat drone was lodged halfway through a wall, still occasionally twitching like it was reconsidering its life choices. And in Jack's hand, a pristine, untouched bottle of premium liquor. He popped the cap, took a sip, smiled. Perfect. Across the city, Supreme Coordinator Vorsk was watching the security feed in stunned silence. Grand Marshal Krithel sighed heavily. "Sir, I believe we have reached the point where continued resistance is unwise." Vorsk did not respond. He was too busy having what historians would later call a small personal crisis. Jack wiped his mouth, sighed contentedly, then looked directly into the nearest security camera. All right, fellas, you had your fun. But I'm going to need one of you bureaucratic types to give me a ride off this rock, preferably before I start getting creative. Vorsk felt a full-body shudder. He turned to Krithil. Give him whatever he wants. Just get him off this planet. Krithil nodded. Jack leaned back in his seat, feet propped up on the dashboard of the shiny new Dominion transport shuttle. Grob sat beside him, looking equal parts baffled and exhausted. You just, demanded a free ride. Jack took a sip from his bottle. Didn't see them arguing, did you? Grob rubbed his face. You know, in all my years of watching people annoy the Dominion, I have never seen them fold that fast. Jack grinned. And I made it very clear that if they didn't get me off-world, I'd start getting bored. Grob shuddered. And boredom leads to bad decisions. Jack took another sip. And bad decisions lead to, well, you saw. Grob exhaled. So, what now? Jack stretched. Think I'll find a new planet? Get a drink. Maybe not cause an intergalactic incident this time. Grob squinted. You don't actually believe that, do you? Jack grinned wider. Not even a little. And with that he took another drink, kicked back, and watched the stars stretch into infinity.
What's the worst species in the galaxy? Sentient species, I mean, that you've had to deal with. There's a lot of spacers in here today, and we've all met our fair share of aliens. Hey, there are half a dozen different species in this cafeteria right now, and a few more on this trading post. So in all the galaxy, which sentient species do you want to avoid above all others? Humans? That's the usual answer. They're dangerous, all right. Certainly wouldn't want to get into a fight with one of them. Kalu Kamsku? Pain in the hindquarters to communicate with, and if you do get through to them, their answer is likely to be, we're doing this whether you like it or not. Get out of our way. Then there are the Grisk, the Upau Rokvau, and the Ashoa, the extremophile species. It's hard to find common ground temperature above the boiling point of water. Well, as a starship captain, I've seen a lot, but it's a big galaxy out there, so take this with a grain of salt. But based on my personal experience and what I've heard in several decades working the deep space routes, I'd say the absolute worst species in the galaxy, the ones you really don't want to come across, are the Stat-Stan. You weren't expecting that, were you? The Stat-Stan aren't known for being particularly dangerous. They have the same environmental requirements as the majority of sentient species, and they negotiate and trade with the rest of the galaxy without too much trouble. In the grand scheme of things, they fit in fairly well to the pan-galactic community of star-faring species. Well, all that's true, but let me tell you, they're no one, a known universe, who is so relentlessly untrustworthy. Less common sense than a fledgling, too, but it's the total lack of scruples that gets you. Yeah, laugh all you want. I know they're not very intimidating. Certainly not compared to humans or even most other sentient species in the galaxy. 1.5 meters tall at most, no natural weaponry or armor, just insulating fur and a pair of short tusks they usually file down anyway. They spend most of their time hanging upside down by their tails. Not aggressive either, not the type to start a fight. But that doesn't mean they can't get you killed. I have a nestkin who served on a freighter who told me this story, that he got from a cook on a scout ship, who got it from a trading post on Tamiarai. And for years I didn't believe it, until I met someone from the crew it happened to, in a cafeteria not too different from the one we're in now, on the trading post orbiting Eos. You know how it is. You get a couple of deep spacers together, and sooner or later someone asks, "What's the craziest thing you've seen out there?" Well, someone asked, and this guy starts going on and on about this one time his ship answered a distress call from some Stat-Stan. An EMEA ship, by the way. This guy was as EMEA as I am, and I still didn't believe him. Thought he'd been letting his fruit punch ferment a little too long, if you know what I mean. I'd already heard the story so many times, I thought it was just an urban legend he was trying to pass off as his own. But when I told him as much, he didn't get offended. He gave me a look that said, "Yeah, no one ever believes me." I almost left, but something about that look. So I told him, "Prove it if you can." Well, he took me back to his ship and he showed me the logs. That shut me up right enough. It had all of it, vid footage, log entries, even the IDs of the crewmen involved. Although for privacy's sake, I'll name no names. So I swear on my mother's beak, what I'm about to tell you is a true story. It started with a distress call. They were a transport ship, the Light Feather, it's a common enough name, no harm in telling you that, on a mission to bring a couple of million tons of seed stock and dried fruit to the research cities on Miayan 4. 3 months into a 4-month journey, and they were well beyond the high-traffic shipping routes, and it had been more than a week since they'd even picked up another ship on long-range scans. Then something came in over the comms. A call for help. Well, not even that, just a code from the UCS book. Universal Communication Standards for you non-spacers listening. Signaling a ship in distress and in need of assistance, plus their coordinates. Regulations said they had to render aid to any ship in trouble if possible. So the Light Feather changed course to investigate. The captain was an old spacer. He'd spent years at a time in the deep black, so he'd never have left a ship stranded even without regulations. But when they got into sensor range and they saw who had sent the distress call, he almost turned the ship around. Because he was an old spacer, he knew trouble when he saw it. The signal had come from a Statston City ship. The Statston are more social than most species, among their own kind, that is, and they don't like to leave their homeworld without a large number of other Statston around them. And I mean a large number. Their smallest ships hold several thousand, and the city ships run up to several million. This one was on the smaller side, a little under 5 kilometers long, probably a long-range exploration vessel. So its crew was only around 100,000. The crew of the Light Feather numbered a whole 23, all of them Amia mind, so worth 2 or 3 of any other species. Joke, joke, no need to get your feathers ruffled, or whatever it is your species ruffles. But still, not much help to a ship of that size, and they didn't know what the Statston thought they were going to be able to do for them. The Statston hailed them as soon as they were within range. It was clear that they were desperate. Large sections of their ship had lost life support, and they'd retreated into their central nest chambers. The life support systems in those areas were struggling to keep the air scrubbed and the temperature down. They still had FTL, but this far out they wouldn't reach a habitable world in time. It wouldn't be long before they had nowhere left to go. They wanted to abandon ship, all 100,000 of them. They'd given up trying to fix their system, so they'd decided their only option was to hitch a ride with someone else. The Light Feather was a large freighter, 1.5 kilometers long, so technically, it had the space to take them, if it dumped its cargo. But it would have been cramped as hell, and jury-rigging life support to accommodate an extra 100,000 life forms wasn't likely to end any better than leaving the Statston where they were. So the captain decided he had to turn them down. But because regulations and his conscience said he had to give them any help he could, he offered to send his engineers over to take a look at their systems, see if there were any repairs they could make, or any spare parts on the Light Feather that might be useful. The thing about the Statston is, they don't have a conscience. I mean that in the most literal sense. They're biologically amoral. It isn't normally an issue because normally outsiders deal with them only in a limited set of circumstances for which there are pre-arranged rules. The Statston understand rules. They like rules, and they'll follow them to the letter. If you want to trade with them, or negotiate with them, or just pay them a visit, then so long as you agree a framework for your meeting beforehand, you should be fine. But if there was no rule against it, and the Statston thought they might gain some advantage by it, then they would happily kill you and not spare it a second thought. They're not an aggressive species, mind. Far from it. Their instinctive response to stress is to climb up somewhere high and curl into a ball. So there's little danger of them attacking you. But you'd want to think very carefully before going aboard their ship and putting yourself in their hands. Of course, both the Amia and the Statston are ancient spacefaring species, and a protocol for answering distress signals had been negotiated long ago. The captain of the Light Feather took a moment to familiarize himself with the procedures, but it seemed like it covered everything he could think of. Even so, before he left the ship, he gave clear instructions to the crew who were staying. If they lost contact with the rescue party, they weren't to send more people over to find out what happened. They were to send out their own distress call right away. 12 Amia went over to the stricken city ship, the captain, the safety officer, the medic, plus the 9 engineers to see what they could do for the life support systems. The first mate and cargo specialists stayed behind along with 3 of the engineers, If anything did happen, the captain wanted to make sure the Light Feather could get home again. Statston ships aren't complicated. 2-kilometer diameter habitation sphere at the front, connected by a thin spine to the main reactor and the engines at the back. The captain decided to dock the shuttle at an airlock halfway along the spine. The city ship's shuttle bay was functional, but rather than make space on their ships for hangars, the Statston dismantle their shuttles after use and store the components separately. They're a technologically sophisticated species, and their auto-factories can assemble and disassemble small craft almost as quickly as they could move a shuttle from hangar to launch bay, provided the components are available. It's efficient, and it means they can customize shuttles for the specific circumstances. The captain didn't know how familiar they were with Amiya tech, and he didn't want to take the chance that they wouldn't be able to put his shuttle back together. That, and he wanted to know there was a shuttle there waiting for him the moment he decided to leave. A delegation of Statston met them at the airlock. About 50 of them, because in a group any smaller than that, they'd start having panic attacks. Have you ever seen a Statston in person? You'd never see them in a place like this. They like to stay with their own kind. Don't often see them fraternizing with other species. I've met a couple over the years. They're shorter than Amiya, and they only have 3 limbs compared to our 12. Yes, 12, not 6. Aliens describe us as having 1 pair of arms, wings, and legs each, but our secondary wings count as separate limbs. The Statston are tripodal, so on the ground they amble along using their 2 long forelimbs and a pad at the base of their tail. But they're an arboreal species, so they're more comfortable climbing, where they can use their long prehensile tail. 4 eyes, 2 forward-facing and 2 on each side of their head. All in all, not too unusual by the standards of the whole galaxy. Their diet on their homeworld is exclusively nutrient-rich sap from the trees they live in. Triangular mouth with 2 tusks to strip away bark. Most Statston who live in space file these down for convenience. They have a really long tongue for rooting for sap, which limits the sounds they can make, but their language is still mostly vocalizations, with a few gestures. Not intimidating. Not even particularly alien-looking, in a galaxy that includes species like the Upau Rokvau. All in all, you'd be forgiven for thinking they couldn't be a danger even if they wanted to be. But don't trust them. It'll come back to bite you, and with sharp teeth. Life support in the spine was out too, so everyone was wearing spacesuits. Amiya suits are red for visibility, while the Statston were in mottled green and brown, same colors as their fur. Since the captain had dealt with the Statston before he was expecting them to be in a large group. What he wasn't expecting was that they'd all be armed. Well, armed? They were holding arc welders, laser cutters, industrial solder machines, and gas sprayers. But that was just engineering equipment, right? All perfect.
And every work just stopped.
Is remarkable and unusual, because there's not many more than 100 known to exist.
Scientists claim they have finally solved the dodecahedron mystery of the ancient Roman Empire. And the answer isn't just surprising. It's stranger and worse than we thought. This mystery has 12 flat faces, 20 knobs, and holes of varying sizes. And it's been raising a lot of eyebrows. These small bronze objects have been discovered across the northern provinces for centuries, leaving historians baffled. No text explains them, no images show them, and their purpose has remained a puzzle for generations. Were they tools, toys, ritual objects, or instruments of lost science? Now we dive deep into what makes the Roman dodecahedron so mysterious. Explore the facts, examine the theories, and reveal why the truth is far more unsettling than anyone imagined. Join us as we unravel the Roman dodecahedron mystery. What could it be? Once the known facts are laid out, the field of possible explanations gets smaller. Many popular ideas collapse under their own weight, not because they are impossible, but because they fail to match what the object actually is. When historians and archaeologists strip away speculation, one conclusion consistently rises to the surface. The Roman dodecahedron was most likely a practical tool designed for measurement, calibration, or controlled craft work. The strongest argument for a practical purpose lies in the object's precision. The varying hole sizes are not random. They are deliberate, carefully cast, and repeated across examples found hundreds of miles apart. In Roman culture, variation like this usually served a function. Roman engineers and craftsmen worked in a world obsessed with proportion, standardization, and repeatability. From aqueducts to bricks, pipes to roads, the empire ran on measurements. One of the leading rational explanations is that the dodecahedron functioned as a measuring or gauging device. By aligning opposite holes and looking through the object, a user could estimate distances. Single use leaves clear wear patterns.
It can't be any kind of a measuring device or a gauge because they're not consistent.
Light, repeated handling across different tasks can leave surprisingly little trace. The geographical distribution supports this view. The dodecahedrons appear most often in northern provinces where Roman infrastructure had to adapt to new climates, materials, and logistical challenges. Standardizing work in unfamiliar environments would have been essential. A compact tool that helped ensure consistency would have been invaluable, especially in military zones where reliability mattered. The absence of decoration also strengthens the rational explanation. Roman symbolic or religious objects were usually adorned with inscriptions, imagery, or stylistic flourishes. The dodecahedron is plain, almost stubbornly so. Its beauty comes from geometry, not symbolism. That kind of aesthetic usually belongs to tools. Critics of the practical tool theory often point to the lack of written documentation, but this criticism assumes Roman writers documented everything. In reality, Roman texts focused on elite knowledge and formal systems. Everyday tools were learned through apprenticeship, not books. A rope maker, engineer, or artisan would not expect his tools to appear in literature any more than a modern carpenter expects a hammer to be explained in a novel. There is also the question of cost. Casting a bronze object of this complexity was not cheap. That alone argues against the idea of a toy or novelty item. It suggests repeated, reliable use enough to justify the investment. The rational explanation is not exciting. It does not involve rituals, astronomy, or lost knowledge. And that may be exactly why it is so uncomfortable. If the Roman dodecahedron was simply a tool, then the mystery is not about ancient secrets. It is about how easily ordinary human work disappears from history. Let's take a deeper look into the holes of the dodecahedron. The simple truth. A Roman dodecahedron is a small, hollow object, usually cast in bronze. It has 12 flat faces, each shaped like a pentagon. In the center of every face is a circular hole, and no two holes are exactly the same size. At each of the 20 corners sits a small, rounded knob, carefully cast as part of the object rather than attached later. Most examples are roughly the size of a clenched fist, though slight variations in size exist. More than 100 Roman dodecahedrons have been discovered so far, and new examples continue to be recorded. What matters most is where they are found. They do not appear in Rome itself in large numbers. Instead, they are concentrated in the northern provinces of the Roman Empire, like modern Britain, France. This distribution immediately tells us that the object was not a decorative novelty meant for Roman elites. It belonged to the edges of the empire. Almost all known examples date to between the 2nd and 4th centuries AD. This places them firmly within a period of strong Roman military presence and administrative control in these regions. They are not prehistoric artifacts nor medieval inventions. They are in fact Roman in design, material, and context. Equally important is how they are found. Roman dodecahedrons are rarely discovered in temples, shrines, or elite graves. They are not consistently linked to religious offerings or ceremonial spaces. Instead, many are found in settlement layers, military zones, or alongside ordinary household and workshop items. Some are recovered on their own, others among tools or miscellaneous objects, but almost never with anything that clearly explains their function.
But when you hold them in your hand, it's not as complicated. Put your finger in this hole.
No two Roman dodecahedrons are identical, yet all of them follow the same strict design rules. 12 pentagonal faces, 12 holes, 20 corner knobs. This balance between variation and consistency suggests intentional reproduction rather than artistic experimentation.
Here in this hole.
No two Roman dodecahedrons are identical, yet all of them follow the same strict design rules. 12 pentagonal faces, 12 holes, 20 corner knobs. This balance between variation and consistency suggests intentional reproduction rather than artistic experimentation. They were not mass-produced from a single mold, but neither were they decorative one-offs. Whoever made them knew exactly what they were making. The holes themselves are among the most important features. Their diameters vary from face to face, sometimes dramatically. In certain examples, opposite faces have similar-sized holes, while in others every opening appears unique. The edges are clean and precise, showing careful casting rather than rough cutting. This detail strongly suggests purpose rather than ornament. Just as telling is the lack of damage. Most surviving examples show little evidence of heavy wear. There are no consistent impact marks, blade strikes, or deformation that would suggest use as a weapon. There is no charring or soot that would support their common use as lamps or candle holders. This absence of expected wear has quietly eliminated many popular explanations. The choice of bronze is another key fact. Bronze was valuable, especially in frontier regions. Romans did not casually cast complex objects in metal without reason. The material suggests durability and repeated handling, not decoration or symbolism alone. Perhaps the most frustrating fact is the complete silence of Roman writers. Roman society documented almost everything, yet no surviving text clearly mentions an object that can be identified as a Roman dodecahedron. Instead of mystery, this missing manual can also be a sign that the object was so common people already knew how it was used. Yet again, observe the number of these objects we've found. The Roman dodecahedron was well known and well used, and yet, whatever it was for, it belonged to a part of Roman life that our world might never guess correctly. Keep watching for some interesting theories on this object. The craft theory. One of the most compelling ideas places the dodecahedron in the world of rope and cord making. Rope was essential to Roman life. It held tents upright, powered pulleys, secured cargo, ported bridge. Why the object appears almost exclusively in colder regions and not in Italy or the southern provinces. What makes colder regions and not in Italy or the southern provinces? What makes textile theories especially persuasive? Roman authors wrote extensively about agriculture, ensuring that parts made in different places still fit together. In frontier regions where Roman infrastructure had to be built quickly and consistently, such tools would have been invaluable. What unites these theories is pattern. They all place the dodecahedron in the realm of everyday labor. They explain why it is well made but undecorated, durable but undocumented, widespread but invisible in art. They also explain why wear marks are minimal. Light, repetitive use in soft materials like fiber. Craft-based explanations follow similar logic. The dodecahedron may have been used to measure pipes, rods, or small wooden component. It may have served as a calibration tool, ensuring that parts made in different places still fit together. In frontier regions where Roman infrastructure had to be built quickly and consistently, such tools would have been invaluable. What unites these theories is pattern. They all place the dodecahedron in the realm of everyday labor. They explain why it is well made but undecorated, durable but undocumented, widespread but invisible in art. They also explain why wear marks are minimal. Light, repetitive use in soft materials like fiber or wool leaves little trace, especially on bronze. There is also a social explanation hiding beneath these theories. Craftspeople rarely wrote history. Their tools were not celebrated.
I also think that if that was its use, it would have markings.
When empires fall, it is not the small devices of daily work that are remembered, but the symbols of power. The Roman dodecahedron may represent a category of knowledge that simply slipped through the cracks, too ordinary to be recorded, too wonderful to be recognized later. This is where the mystery begins to feel uncomfortable. If the dodecahedron belonged to rope makers, textile workers, or craftsmen whose names we will never know, then the mystery is not about lost genius. It is about lost attention. History did not forget this object because it was strange. It forgot it because it belonged to people who were never meant to be remembered. This theory fits like a fiddle, but the mystery still hasn't ended. This is where the stranger theories creep in. So, continue watching to understand it all. When logic fails, imagination takes over. Once practical explanations are exhausted, the Roman dodecahedron begins to drift into stranger territory, not because the evidence demands it, but because the gaps refuse to close completely. When an object survives in large numbers, follows strict rules, and yet leaves no clear trace of use, the imagination starts to press against the silence. One of the earliest alternative explanations framed the dodecahedron as a ritual or religious object. The symmetry, the number 12, and the careful geometry have all been used to support this idea. In many ancient cultures, 12 carried symbolic weight, linked to cycles, order, and the heavens. From this perspective, the object could have functioned as a ceremonial device, perhaps tied to seasonal rites or local beliefs absorbed into Roman practice. The problem is context. Roman religious objects were rarely anonymous. They carried inscriptions, symbols, or were placed in clearly sacred spaces. The dodecahedron lacks all of this. It does not appear on altars, in temples, or in iconography. If it had ritual meaning, it was either extremely localized or so ordinary that it left no trace of reverence. That weakens the case considerably. Another popular theory suggests an astronomical purpose. Some have proposed that the varying hole sizes allowed users to track celestial events, measure angles of sunlight, or predict seasonal changes. At first glance, this feels plausible. The Romans valued astronomy, especially for agriculture and timekeeping. A portable geometric device could, in theory, serve such a role. Again, the evidence resists. Astronomical tools usually require markings, alignment guides, or inscriptions. They also tend to appear in texts or depictions because they are associated with learned knowledge. The dodecahedron has none of these features. Its holes do not align in a way that clearly corresponds to known astronomical measurements. If it was an astronomical instrument, it was an oddly undocumented one. Some theories drift further, suggesting the dodecahedron was a status symbol or prestige object. Its complexity and material could mark it as something owned by officers or administrators. Yet this explanation struggles to explain the lack of decoration and the absence of elite context. Roman status objects were meant to be seen. The dodecahedron seems almost determined not to draw attention. There are also ideas that it functioned as a game piece or toy. Children's toys, however, tend to be simpler, cheaper, and more numerous. The careful casting and consistent design rules argue against casual play. Bronze was not a child's plaything. In more speculative corners, the dodecahedron has been framed as a secret device, a coded object, or even evidence of lost scientific knowledge. These ideas thrive precisely because the object resists closure, but they rely on assumptions rather than evidence. Roman society was not shy about recording knowledge. When secrets existed, they were usually still written down somewhere. What these stranger theories reveal is not so much about the object, but about discomfort. Modern audiences struggle with the idea that something can be widespread, functional, and still unknowable. We expect important things to leave explanations behind. When they do not, we fill the space with meaning. The Roman dodecahedron becomes a mirror. To some, it reflects ancient wisdom lost to time. To others, forgotten ritual. To others still, hidden science. Each theory says more about what the present wants from the past than what the past actually offers. And yet, even after stripping away the excess, the unease remains. The object feels deliberate. It feels purposeful. It feels used, but it refuses to tell us how. By this point, the mystery has shifted. It is no longer about choosing the right theory. It is about understanding why none of them seem convincing enough. It's about why a Roman object can be so carefully made, so widely distributed, and still feel alien in our hands. And this brings us to the height of our discovery. So, stay tuned. Why the truth is worse than we thought. By the time all the theories are laid out, the Roman dodecahedron no longer feels like a puzzle waiting to be solved. It feels like something else entirely, a reminder of how history chooses what to remember and what it quietly lets disappear. The uncomfortable possibility is not that the dodecahedron held secret power or advanced knowledge. The uncomfortable possibility is that it didn't, that it was ordinary, useful, and familiar. So familiar, in fact, that no one thought it needed explaining. If the Roman dodecahedron was a tool of craft used by rope makers, textile workers, engineers, or surveyors, then its disappearance from written history makes a grim kind of sense. Roman writers recorded the lives of emperors, generals, and philosophers. They wrote about systems, laws, and monuments. They did not write about the small devices that kept daily life running. Those tools belonged to workers, to people whose knowledge was passed hand to hand, not page to page. When those hands vanished, so did the meaning of the objects they used. This is why the mystery feels worse. This is not because it hides something dangerous, but because it exposes a bias. The Roman dodecahedron survived by accident, preserved in soil and metal. Its explanation did not. What we are left with is the shape of labor without the voice of the laborer. There is something deeply human in that loss. Entire worlds of skill once existed without documentation, not because they were unimportant, but because they were assumed to be permanent. No one imagined a future where knowledge would need defending. The dodecahedron also challenges how we define intelligence in the past. We tend to look for meaning in grand ideas like astronomy, religion, science, but intelligence often lives in repetition, precision, and muscle memory, in knowing how tightly to twist a rope, how thick a cord needs to be, how to produce the same result every time, even in unfamiliar land. If that is what the dodecahedron represents, then it is not a relic of mystery. It is a relic of trust. Trust that someone, somewhere, would always know how to use it. Well, that trust failed. What makes the Roman dodecahedron unsettling is not that we cannot explain it. It is that we can almost explain it. The shape makes sense. The craftsmanship makes sense. The distribution makes sense. Only the final step, the human instruction, the proof, is missing. This realization turns the mystery inward. How many tools do we use today that feel obvious? How many skills are passed casually without documentation because they seem too basic to lose? History always suggests that obvious things vanish first. The Roman dodecahedron reminds us that progress does not erase the past cleanly. It erodes it unevenly. It is incomplete because it was never designed to remember everyone. And perhaps that is the quiet truth behind the object. It is not a symbol of ancient mystery, but of ancient people working, measuring, crafting, and never imagining that one day their most ordinary tool would become a question no one could answer. Beyond that, the dodecahedron forces us to confront something even more uncomfortable, which is the fragility of knowledge itself. We assume modern documentation, digital storage, and constant connectivity protect us from forgetting.
You can't make this up.
I didn't.
most stupid president we've ever had. Biden has done more damage to the world than any other president in history. So what was Biden's first act? Do you know?
No, can you please explain that?
He took off the Keystone Pipeline between Canada and America. Under Trump, he's a good friend of mine, we were selling oil. We own oil wells in Texas, Louisiana, and North Dakota.
Okay.
I was selling oil in Trump for $30 US a barrel. Biden came to office, oil went from $30 a barrel to $130 a barrel.
Well, I don't know if I...
We learned a few years ago from the research of Marta Cortesau, who is a
Who says animals can't form lifelong friendships? Sometimes, the most unexpected bonds remind us of the incredible power of love and loyalty. This lion and dachshund didn't just grow up together. They became inseparable friends, proving that true connection knows no boundaries. When bone
I don't know why this always seems to happen to me. So I'm out for a walk with the dog and this poor sheep has got a tree stuck. My hand could have where some wire cutters in the way. Poor thing, it must have bent over the fence, I think. I'm just trying to take the weight off of, because the wire's digging into her, poor love. So we're going to get some cutters. He's on his way, darling. It's okay. Sweet. Sleep. It's always me.
Stay back! Don't move!
Take it. Just take it. Stay back! Don't move!
Yo. The size of him. He remembers me.
Okay, go.
Ooh, nice one. Avi.
Oh, that's a good one.
Wow.
It's gonna go and hit a car.
Wow, that's a really good one.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Wow, I mean, that's a perfect.
Ooh, right in the gift shop.
Oh, it's gonna get right at her.
Nope, nope, come back for the people.
Who's it gonna hit?
Let's see who gets me in the head. Oh, red truck, red truck. Oh,
right in the window.
Ah! Nope.
Ooh,
Okay,
maybe
it's
a
still
movie
going.
car?
Still going.
Wow, look at that. Oh, look at that.
Right in the tree.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, it's coming back. Oh my gosh, it's coming back. Car.
Oh,
Nope.
oh, that's still high up. Oh, it's gonna hit that lady. So close.
At her feet.
Oh, gosh.
Do you know her? Do you know her?
No.
Oh. Okay, go.
Ooh, nice.
There is a house built out of stone. On the floor of walls and windows tables and chairs.
Hey, relax. I'm just gonna help your kids. I'm not gonna hurt them.
I'm 64.
Loser!
Did that woman just rob you?
That's my wife.
Well, she certainly seems spirited.
Yeah, she's a Spitfire. Now, she's just pissed off because I filed for divorce and she didn't ever think I'd be able to afford it.
Looks like money well spent.
Yeah.
So, I get the house?
Yes, you get everything. Bill just wants to keep his share of GS strategies.
Whatever. I got the house. Hey, what is GS whatever?
Oh, yeah, that's a little company I'm a part of. We win the lottery every month.
That's right, bitches!
Soon after my mom and my friend showed up at the school, they asked me what had happened. This kid called me a fag, so I broke a yardstick on his face.
Awesome.
Shortly after that, they went into the principal's office together, but the principal claimed that because of my violent behavior, the school was going to expel me.
What did the kid call him?
I don't think that's relevant to this conversation.
Did he call him a...
I believe that's the word that was used, yes, but that's no excuse.
So that makes it a hate crime. And I'd like to know how many others have been perpetrated against her son under your watch. A gay student targeted with physical violence finally defends himself, and you're suspending him?
He said they were still thinking it over, but my friend spoke up and said if this whole thing went public, they wouldn't even need to get a lawyer involved.
Do you want to sue them?
I don't,
We're suing you and the school board.
I didn't even know he was gay. What about after-school detention?
For how long?
A month.
That seems fair.
The principal then said he would give me a chance to help out with the Halloween dance. My friend not only agreed but also warned the principal that he better not hear about me being harassed ever again. The principal had no choice but to agree.
Let's have some fun.
What are you doing in there? Oh my God. Hi. You precious little baby. It's okay, sweetness.
Go get it. Go, Polo.
This hiker started shouting,
"Your cat followed me for miles!"
like she was hunting me. As he marched down the trail, pointing behind him like he was being hunted. The man stepped out of the trees confused, just in time to see his cat Max trot out of the brush like she'd been on a mission. The hiker kept ranting, saying she'd been stalking him since the ridge, jumping out of bushes, circling him, refusing to leave him alone, but Max didn't even look at him. She darted past both of them and sprinted back up the trail, meowing sharply, stopping only
32 years old. 2 years old. Give him a kitty. Give him a dog.
Did you ever wonder just... Hello?
Yo!
Who's the guy in the closet?
Excuse me?
Oh, that's right. Sometimes you forget I'm a detective. See, there's all this steam in the shower like somebody was just in there. Only your hair's dry, so it must be somebody else we're talking about. Male somebody, because the toilet seat's up. Since he's not under the bed, I figured you must have stuck him in the closet when you heard my key hit the lock a day early. Who's the guy in the closet?
You're still a lunatic.
Gonna tell me who it is?
You want me to open the closet, Joe? I'll do it, okay? And then we'll both know that you're a psycho. Is that what you want, huh?
No.
Thank you.
The door stays shut. What I'm gonna do is count to 3, then I'm gonna put a bullet in that door. You can stop me anytime by telling the truth. 1.
Call your shrink, Joe.
The truth is a beautiful thing.
How dare you come into this house? Foolish!
3.
No!
Look, Joe. Keeping it warm for me, Mike? Easy. Don't do nothing dumb.
Joe, put the gun down, please.
Oh, yeah, the gun. Yeah, Sarah, I think you're right. I am losing it. Who's the guy in the closet?
B-roll for everything.
Okay, you gotta stay floppy. Stay floppy and you're not gonna move or say a word. You're too weak, okay?
Ew, what are you doing?
Sorry. I just gotta make you smell sick. Good, that's good. There you are. Jack's sick.
Give him some of those painkillers.
I tried, but he just keeps puking them back up.
Jesus, he's on fire. Okay, well, I'll get him something stronger.
No, you need to take him to the ER right now.
Stop
You can't
it.
wait until
There.
tomorrow night. Please, I'm begging you.
I don't want to be dead.
You're just pretending to be dead.
My lead moccasin maker is going to show you the moccasins she made, and it's taken her a week, so you better like them. Show me. These are the 16-inch boots I made. They're made out of bison leather. They have trim up the side. They're lined with otter fur.
What are you doing? Come here! Come here! Somebody left you, didn't they? Oh, come here, baby. Come here. Somebody left your little self, didn't they? Come here. Hey!
Altruist, he tells me you do magic. Perhaps if it's not
Cutie.
The president of Finland just said that Europe can defend itself without the help of the United States. And then 11 minutes later, instantly regrets his words.
First is a direct answer to the question of this panel, can Europe defend itself? My answer is unequivocally yes.
Okay.
Without the Americans.
Without the Americans, I mean...
How?
Well, look...
But you're relying on them for these key elements. You said earlier that Europe can defend itself without the Americans. If it comes down...
not exact. That's not a quote.
More or less. More or less.
Let's...
we'll go back to the transcript.
Let's stick to the left.
More or less. More or less.
I love journalists.
You're literally...
Can you imagine when this race is won? Turn our golden faces into the sun, raising our leaders. Can you imagine when this race is won?
They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and trying to catch me riding dirty, trying to catch me riding dirty.
I'm never gonna get married. I don't want to get married.
Why?
There's no benefit for the man.
I think I broke something.
What?
My back.
Now listen carefully. This is a very important rule. This is the only rule. You get injured on the field, you better make sure you die.
Why?
Last time I was in combat, I was hit. I woke up in a field hospital with 3 pints of someone else's blood, and I was out. I lost the power. Do you understand? I think we better start over, don't you?
What?
This is Igor Sikorsky, the man that invented the modern helicopter. One rotor, one tail, and vertical flight was born, a design still used today. This is Igor Sikorsky.
Don Lemon is the dingleberry hanging off the ass of American journalism.
How you like that? You gonna say, how you like that? You gonna say, how you like that? You gonna say, how you like that?
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. 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 Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream.
Cop's ego collapses after Dad refuses questions. The officer suddenly backs off after realizing he's being recorded and a complaint will be filed.
The reason I stopped you is you have a headlight out. And then what's your business here at Liberty?
Why are you asking us so many questions?
I'm asking anything I can. Hey, don't interrupt me. Hey, listen to me very carefully. If you don't stop, I'm going to rip you out of the car and you're going to go to jail.
What? I don't want to fucking do this. Like, my baby's gonna start crying. You probably.
I was this giant gummy worm in the fridge.
Oh, I was keeping it safe for you.
I bit it.
Smell it.
I did.
What's it smell like?
Ass. I just want to say how proud of us I am. Catch. I've had one goal since I started social media, and it was to hit 1 million followers, and I just want to say we're almost there.
I thought if I could hold it tight enough, I wouldn't do it.
You think you're stronger than me?
I don't think I'm stronger. I know.
You know? This is rolling.
Bro, I'll try.
You want to try? You want to try? You want some belts?
I want to show you technique.
You want some belts, bro?
No need. You have to do more like this.
Bro, what is this guy talking about?
I'm trying to break your back.
Just hold them up, please.
What is that?
Map.
This is not a map.
This is not a map, bro.
Guys, you like joking? Like,
bro, you are joking with it, man.
I'm not joking. I'm Batman. So first one, for the deadlifting, you do like this one, this hand like this one, then this one, then you touch your nose, and then like this one. And then most important, use your legs. Like this one. And then you can do like whatever you want with this bar.
Bro.
Just more. Just use your legs here. See, like this. That's the most important.
Bro.
Beneath a European meadow, an Etruscan shrew, just waking. But it's no slow start. Her pulse rockets to over 1,000 beats per minute. Time to get up, get out, and get hunting. With the fastest metabolism of any mammal, this frenzied killer must consume 6 times her body weight a day, or she'll starve. It's finding prey that's the trick. Those big ears actually don't hear so well. And with pin-sized eyes, she's almost hunting blind. Thankfully, another sense is superpowered. Shrews feel their world with whiskers. A quarter the length of her body, she uses them to scan her surroundings. Her sense of touch is so acute, the slightest vibration triggers instant attack. 25 milliseconds, 12 times faster than the blink of an eye. And a little lava is just for starters.
It's after 1.
I ran tests.
I'm Sheriff Garcia. A lot of guys don't like to date me because I'm a deputy sheriff, so I'm wondering if there's actually anyone out there who would want to give me a chance.
One of the planet's fastest growing animals. It doubles its weight every 2 months on a diet primarily of crustaceans.
How to be brave? How can I love when I'm afraid to fall? But watching you stand alone, all my doubt suddenly goes away. Come useless. How to be brave? How can I love when I'm afraid to fall?
I saw this woman struggling to go down a broken ramp, and you won't believe her reaction at the end. Okay. Interesting ramp you got there.
My brother made it for me. Sort of hodgepodge, but hey, it gets me down, right?
If you don't mind me asking,
What happened to my legs?
yeah.
Well, my right leg ended up dead and cold. They told me that they were gonna cut it below the knee, but they didn't. They cut it above the knee. But when I woke up, I'm like, oh my God!
What's your name?
My name's Wendy.
NK.
Hi, NK. Nice to meet you.
How are you doing financially, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, ha, ha, ha. That's nothing. I'm about $8,000 behind on my rent. I only get $1,175 a month. How is somebody supposed to live off that?
So sorry for everything you've gone through, and I'm really touched by your story.
Thanks.
I hope this can help out. I got $5,000 here for you.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you so very much. This is gonna help so much. You have no idea. I'm strong, and now this is Thank you so much.
Gorgeous.
Thank you so much. Oh.
You're so deserving of it. I actually have one more surprise for you.
Okay.
I see the ramp. It's looks a bit rough. And
Yeah.
I found the pro on Angie. Someone's gonna come out here tomorrow. We're gonna build you a whole new ramp so that you never have to struggle going in and out your home again. This is what it looked like before and after I found the pro from Angie to work on the ramp, and this is what it looks like now. All right, you can take your blindfold off now.
Oh my God! She thinks you can land on the sun if you go at night. I'm not saying you're the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope the dumbest person in the world doesn't die. Somebody at the White House has been smoking the devil's lettuce. I don't know why we have to give money to countries that hate us. They should be able to hate us for free. God, please give me patience.
We've raised you $1.77 million.
Just seeing if I could have help scanning this. Thank you. What was your name?
Ed.
I'm Sam.
Okay.
I actually had someone nominate you from this store and said you're very hardworking.
Well, I try to be.
May I ask how old you are?
I'm 88.
And still working?
Yes, I have to.
Why do you have to keep working?
I retired from General Motors in '99. In 2012, I went bankrupt and they took my pension away from me.
Oh my gosh. Do you have a wife?
She passed away 7 years ago.
7 years ago.
She was sick when I lost my pension. I was in the Army back in 66.
So you're a veteran too?
Yes. The thing that hurt me the most was my wife was real sick. When they took the pension, they also took the health care coverage and all but $10,000 of my life insurance.
Oh my gosh.
So I sold the house, sold the property I had, and we made it through.
And you're working here how many days a week?
I work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day.
What's your dream?
To live somewhat the life I was hoping for.
I'd like to share your story and try and, get people to help you retire.
Well, thank you.
You're amazing. I want to give you $400 here as a tip. Of course.
I don't know what to say. It goes a long way to help me.
Ed, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. What did you do with that money I gave you?
I still have it in my pocket. I wasn't sure this was a legitimate situation.
There was a few things you didn't tell me when you first met me about the amount of debt you're in.
Approximately $225,000. The money all went to take care of my wife.
And you miss her?
Oh, yeah.
This may be overwhelming, but we do have a little surprise for you. So if you would like to come with me, there's a lot of support for you here, man. I want to reveal that this is one of the largest individual fundraisers in GoFundMe history. If you want, you will be able to retire because we've raised you $1.77 million.
Next door to an old boyfriend of yours and he says hello.
You live next door to an old boyfriend of mine and he says hello? Oh, there were so many. Who?
Tom Tracy.
Tommy? You're kidding! Tommy Tracy? She lives next door to... How amazing! Do you know, I loved him from the time I was about 12 years old up through the time I was 17. Which was about 10 years ago. I had always loved Tommy Tracy, and I always dreamed that someday we'd get married and I'd have 2 children, and I'd name them Stacy Tracy and Dick Tracy.
You live next door to an old boyfriend of yours and he says hello.
You live next door.
Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow.
have no socks on.
Yeah.
You don't have any socks?
Unfortunately, no.
Can I get you some socks?
Give me some socks.
Yeah, from inside.
Whoops. Sorry, pal. I think I just trampled on one of your vegetables.
A tomato is a fruit.
What'd you say?
A tomato is a fruit. So are avocados, cucumbers, and all.
What are we updating on your phone? I'm confused.
We're eliminating people.
Why?
They're dead.
Grandpa?
I mean, Jesus Christ, how can I call them if they're dead?
Maybe she likes you, and maybe not. But anyway, she can't run away.
New Russian nuclear weapon. It's actually terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nuclear weapon.
So what it does is it's not a nuclear warhead like an ICBM.
A nuclear weapon without a nuclear warhead. Okay.
The Poseidon weapon
Oh, that's a torpedo. It does have a nuclear warhead. The delivery system is different.
is 300 megatons.
No way. There is zero credible evidence that it's that big. That would be too large for any torpedo hull, too heavy, multi-tens of tons, and too inefficient. Anything over 50 to 100 megatons does not scale linearly. Maybe 1 to 2 megatons. Maybe. 300 megatons is fantasy level propaganda, not physics.
More than double the Tsar Bomba, and
So the tested Tsar Bomba was 50, and the untested version was 100.
instead of deploying out of a submarine through the air and hitting a target, it is a Leacher torpedo.
So it's a long-range underwater vehicle, not a torpedo in the traditional sense of the word. It's nuclear-powered and about 20 meters long.
So they can deploy it, it stays underwater the entire time. It never goes up. It will
True. It's designed to operate deep.
crawl at a rate that is so slow that no modern radar or identifying technology can spot it.
Well, radar can't detect anything underwater, so that makes sense. But it's not going to evade passive sonar, underwater microphone nets, or satellite detectable disturbances just by moving slow.
And what it is designed to do is come up on a major coastal city 50 to 100 miles off the coast, and it will detonate 300 megaton nuclear bomb.
So hitting a precise underwater detonation standoff is actually harder than hitting a land target with an ICBM. And it's not 300 megatons. That would have the mass of a bus and would be wider than any torpedo hull. There are no modern fusion stages capable of this yield, and even Tsar Bomba was not optimized for weapons use.
This will create a 1,500-foot irradiated tidal wave.
No, it will not. Underwater nuclear explosions produce a base surge, a local wave that collapses quickly, and it will transfer energy poorly in a large ocean mass. Even a 100 megaton explosion underwater, at most, would get you tens of meters temporarily, not a 1,500-foot mega tsunami. Plus, radiation does not get attached to a wave like that, and hydrodynamics do not allow energy to focus at distances of 100 miles.
That will level a coastal city.
This is all based on Cold War armchair speculation, not actual physics.
New Russian nuclear weapon. It's actually terrifying.
Yeah, it means a nuclear weapon.
So what it does is it's not a nuclear warhead.
Did you see that video? I mean, it's bananas.
After 9 years of service, if you'll show my canine partner Indy out of service 1042 for the last time.
1066, we received. All units stand by for a broadcast from the Trophy Club Police Department. Benton County, all units. After 9 years of dedicated service, K9 Indy, badge number K91, is retiring and signing off for its final shift. K9 Indy has made a significant impact in our communities by seizing over 2 kilos of powdered fentanyl, more than 4,000 pounds of marijuana, in addition to more than 35 pounds of methamphetamine and more. He's been instrumental in seizing over $300,000 in drug money and has participated in over 11 SWAT deployments.
Come here, buddy.
He has assisted in 44 criminal apprehensions, including a notable recent apprehension of a criminal gang member. Indy has always answered the call, no matter the hour, to assist officers in our county and beyond.
And if
I don't know you, then
please stop interrupting me. The thing is, I would have never done this to somebody that I love. When I got down on one knee, again, I got interrupted. And if
I don't know you, then
please stop interrupting me. The thing is, I would have never.
Okay, I had that specially made for you since your mom won't let you get a real puppy. So I had that made for you.
What kind is it? What kind is it?
Oh, that's your...
Australian Shepherd? Is that what that one is? That's pretty.
Yeah. What are you gonna name it?
Oh, did you have an Australian Shepherd chain? Oh, that wasn't Missy.
What are you gonna name her? Because it would actually be a Christmas miracle for your mom to let you have a real pet. So I thought
These school teachers put this autistic kid in handcuffs, but when his mom confronted them, this happened.
Where's my child? This is my child. He has special needs. They are refusing to let him out until they saw I was recording. Keep arguing with me, sir. That's how you treat my kid too, I bet. Anthony, come on. You're not in trouble. You didn't do anything. Come here.
The police have just put shades on me.
I know they did.
I could have got arrested for that.
So the principal, again, is not here willing to talk to the mother of this child. Am I going to see the camera? Am I going to get documentation of a report? How am I going to know what really happened today? No information from admin once again.
These school teachers put this autistic kid in.
Hello.
Hey, did you get the call?
What call?
That's school. It's canceled.
Dawson, school's canceled?
Yeah, it's snow day tomorrow.
All right, I'll let them know. Thanks.
Yeah, fun.
Yep, bye. Dawson! Do you want to go to school tomorrow?
No.
Am I the coolest dad ever?
Yes.
I will let you skip school tomorrow
Actually,
if you clean the house in the morning.
I will do it the second I wake up. It will be spotless.
All right.
You're the best dad ever.
I know.
This video of a daycare center went viral. You can see a baby girl in this clip trying to walk slowly toward the daycare worker. The worker, however, is busy with another child. But then, all of a sudden, she gets super excited and cheers for the baby.
Hey, it's just me, stand-up comic Paula Poundstone.
You want to try to drive over to here?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Keep going. Right about there. Stop, 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 stop. You want me to call EMS or you want ECAT?
ECAT.
Okay, hang on just 1 minute, okay? Where are you trying to get to, honey? Dude, she's stuck in the rain, just stuck. I'm so sorry, honey. I don't have a big towel with me today. I will give it to you. Are you sure you don't want to go home and get some dry clothes?
No.
Poor lady's hosed. It's when she said the bus drove past her in the rain. Do we know why she wants to go to Town and Country yet?
She's going to bingo at Town and Country.
She's so
This doctor performed emergency surgery to save a child's life without parental consent. The parents sued him for battery and demanded $200,000 in damages. Watch the judge's reaction.
Your Honor, the defendant performed surgery on our 9-year-old son without our consent. Medical law requires informed parental permission. The defendant bypassed this requirement. We're seeking $200,000 for violation of parental rights, emotional distress, and medical battery.
Your Honor, I'm an emergency room surgeon. A 9-year-old boy came in with severe abdominal pain. His appendix had ruptured. He was going into septic shock. I tried calling the parents for 15 minutes. No answer. The boy was dead. I made the decision to operate. I saved his life. Now they're suing me for $200,000. What was I supposed to do? Let him die while waiting for a signature?
These parents are suing the doctor who saved their son's life. Medical records show a ruptured appendix and septic shock. Their son is alive and healthy because of this doctor's decision. Parents will pay this doctor $150,000 in damages for the emotional distress of being sued for doing.
Do you sing your own songs in the shower?
Yeah.
Do you sing your own song?
Can you lay over my sunroof so I can act like a thirsty hamster?
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I just got the mental. Oh my gosh.
Can you lay over my sunroof so I can act like a thirsty hamster?
I think I'm embarrassed about your videos or
The US Congress is taking a closer look at a multi-billion-dollar taxpayer fraud scandal that's taken place in Minnesota. The first hearings were held today.
Ms. Lee, the IGs are hired to identify fraud. They haven't identified fraud. The IGs have failed. But anyway.
You all have failed.
No,
you all continue to fail. We've done nothing. You've had the gavel, Mr. Comer. We barely do hearings on anything that actually affects change.
Tensions flaring on Capitol Hill today as the House Oversight Committee held its first hearing into the Minnesota fraud scandal.
Thanks for demonstrating my opening statement. Mr. Chairman, order, decorum. She's off the rails.
Reclaiming my time. I'm not off the rails, please.
You are totally off the rails.
Nancy, enough of your tropes.
Several committee Democrats appearing eager to talk about anything but the fraud.
What percent of sexual assaults in the United States are committed by white men?
I have legislation that will take Trump's name off that building.
Raise your hand if you oppose the pardon of George Santos.
I stand with the Somali and the immigrant community.
Republican Congressman Brandon Gill pressing the Democrats' witness.
Let me ask you, does large-scale Somali immigration make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Certainly stronger.
Certainly stronger. Do you know what percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%.
Other Republicans targeted Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
Governor Walz needs to step down. Him saying he will stay on to investigate is like O.J. Simpson saying he will investigate the murder of his ex-wife.
Tim Walz should resign, but regardless, I think he'll be leaving the office in handcuffs.
And Republicans have also been pointing the finger at Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. They've invited him and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to come and testify before the committee next month on February 10th. But today, Ellison put out a pretty defiant statement saying Republicans are just spreading, quote, BS and playing politics. He then referred to himself as, quote, the most effective prosecutor of Medicaid and civil fraud.
stars light up the sky. We see them flying free. That's just like you and me. Everyone is lonely sometimes, but I would walk 1,000 miles to see you rise. You are not alone, we're family. Hold me, let's escape all this reality. You are my symphony. By your side, we are unity. You are my
I reckon I ought to help that lady, eh?
Hold on, where are you going? I'm trying to dry you off.
Mate, I just got you inside. Why do you want to go out there?
All right, I'm going to follow you. Where are we going?
I remember quiet mornings, light slipping through the door. Every word we never finished still echoes on the floor.
Right, this is what you lost, huh?
Time was moving with. We were standing still.
Come here. Come outside and talk to me real quick. Hey, there's a child asking for help. I'm here to help this child.
Yeah.
Stay inside. How old are you?
7.5. Yesterday, my mom holded her hands over my mouth and she said she doesn't love me. She said she hates me. She said she wants to me. She said I'm a B-word. She said she hates me. She doesn't love me. That she never wanted me in this world. I do have a really special picture in my room because it makes me feel very emotional and calm.
It does. What's it a picture of?
It's of my brother, my dad. CPS already came twice, and I'm really scared.
We'll make sure you're okay, all right?
But I didn't have any dinner. I did have breakfast and lunch at school, but no dinner. Wait, do you have anything in here that I could at least have a snack on?
We will make sure you have something to eat, baby. I promise.
Please! What is going on?
Come here. Come outside and talk to me real quick.
I'm not hurting her. I'm trying to make her burp.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to stay calm, sir, but I am so upset because
Is this progress or just plain stupidity? In 1983, under pressure from the U.S. manufacturers, the federal government finally stopped requiring our sealed beam headlights that had been in place since 1940. Completely stagnating headlight technology. This bulb we just got out of 1983 Mazda RX-7 cost us $12 to replace that bulb. By the end of the 1980s, almost everybody had switched over to composite headlight assemblies, which offered a couple advantages, mostly in styling. You were now able to shape your headlight to form the car and could put your marker lights in it. And it was also pretty easy to replace your bulbs. The headlight goes bad, there's a cover on the back that you can take out that allows you to access the bulb. You get one of these bulbs for about 15 bucks at any auto parts store. Then go ahead another 20 years and the big rave was getting into these xenon lights, which had some...
Can I help you?
While you're standing around there, crime.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
And we have equal opportunity in this country. We had a black president, just in case you didn't know. We had a black president and we had a black vice president. I mean, I think she was black. They said she was black. I don't know. And you know who voted for that?
5,000 miles.
Keep your hands where I can see them. I said get out your wallet. Do it now.
I can't.
Why the hell not?
You said keep my hands where you could see them. My wallet is in my pocket. You can't see my hands.
Are you trying to be a hero? Just do what he says. Shut up and get on your knees. Put your hands and knees on the ground. Get your wallet out right now. Hey!
Oh my God.
20-year-old female, single gunshot wound to the abdomen.
What the hell is he doing? It's his fault. This is all his fault.
All you had to do was give him your wallet. Her urine output is low.
Whoa, what are you doing? Get away from her!
Hey, you can't be in here shoving my doctors around.
Me? He's the... Oh my God.
God.
She needs dialysis. Her kidneys are failing fast. We removed 2 liters of excess fluid with dialysis.
Fluid's building up in her chest. Now let's prep her for a thoracentesis. You're gonna have to work fast. I'm gonna need you to put that needle right between. You're gonna let him do? Shut up. We don't want to give her
Pneumothorax.
Go-to's down and O2's climbing.
Think you're being her hero? Fact is, you hardly know her, and you don't know him at all. Go home.
Keep your hands where I can see him.
So, what you gonna call it?
I'm gonna call him Tarzan.
Tarzan? Okay, he's your baby. So,
Yes! Good boy! Yes!
So it was already small. The fillet of fish has shrunk by, I'd say, 20%.
You are really nuts, you know it? Nuts? One of these days they're gonna come over here and lock you up.
Oh, lay off of me, will
You ain't
ya?
playing with a full deck, Eunice. I think somebody blew your pilot light out.
That's a new one, Mama.
You wait.
Walmart might be doing something shady.
At Walmart again. I'm telling you, you can go up and down this meat aisle. Just pick anything out. Look through it a little bit. Pick anything out. Let's go weigh this one on the scale. They're saying this ham here, what is it? Kentucky Legend ham? They're saying
Good
this ham right here, this little bitty ham, is 5.34 pounds. Let's take it to the scale. It's a good thing they put these scales in here so we can keep Walmart in check. Let's check this out. $2.25.
Wow.
They were trying to get somebody for $25. $25.
This mom starts screaming at a kid because he was bullying her son who has
the historical origins of old phrases we still use. Back in the 1400s, in France, a bell would ring at night, reminding people to put out their fires before falling asleep. This act was seen as covering the fire. In Old French, the word for cover was curfer, and fire was fiu. The combination of these two words is where we get the word curfew from. The historical origins of old phrases.
Teddy, your friend's here.
Hey, what happened? You smell Grandpa? Hi. Joe, I've been trying to get a hold of you for hours.
Yes, that's what I thought. I forgot to leave this here for you yesterday.
You have no idea. You have to come see.
Wait, what? What the hell is that?
Grandpa's girlfriends. She was totally freaking out. She brought her pup in here, and then there's the lion cub.
What?
He literally fell into my arms using that plane that crashed.
Not surprised they picked your grandpa's house.
Hey, what happened?
I just think that word on the board is wrong.
Well, I think it says 2 G's in it, last I checked.
It's not funny. We shouldn't have to stare at the N-word all day.
Listen, this is a class on the literature of the American South. You're going to encounter some archaic thoughts, coarse language, but we're all adults here, and I think we can understand it within the context in which it's written.
Well, I just find that word really offensive.
With all due respect, Brittany, I got over it. I'm pretty sure you can too.
Well, I don't see why.
Right. Now, Does anyone else have any thoughts on the reading?
I just think that that word on the board is wrong.
Easy, bud.
Nominations because yes, Sinners literally beat Titanic. Right, that Sinners has already broken history, broken records, bro. 16 Oscar nominations. Coogler's never even been nominated for an Oscar before, and on his first nomination run, he has gotten 16 of them, beating a record from 1999. Like, I don't think you really understand how important Titanic was. That shit went triple platinum on the VHS market. That VHS 2-pack, you can find it for 99 cents anywhere. But you have that little bit of context, apply that to Sinners. That's how important, that's how good this film is. If you haven't seen it, what the hell are you doing? Probably waiting to watch it because the main character's brown. Get the fuck over it. That being said, I do have a lot of beef with the nominees in general. I think a lot of stuff did get snubbed. Granted, if Sinners does win Best Picture, which in my opinion, I believe is the Best Picture winner out of these choices, I do think the
He walks further down the street with the brim pulled way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Hey, are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Yeah. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the
tree very pretty and the lemon flower is sweet, but the fruit of the poor lemon is impossible to eat. Lemon tree very
1, 2, 3, 4. Now move one of them to have the order go in reverse. So you need to say 1, 2, 3, 4 that way.
What?
Yeah, you got to move one Cheeto and change the order that way. You can't move any more than one though.
What?
You ain't gonna get it.
I don't know.
Just try something. Try something. See what you can do.
Where did you even get this?
It's, you know, it's all.
So I need one over here?
Yes, you need to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
But if I move this one.
That says 1, 2, 4, 3.
1, 2, 1, 3.
Yeah, you can count. Good job. This is 1, this is 2, and this is 3, and this